Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. The faucet in the sacristy of Santa Maria della Pietà dripped with the patience of centuries. A single drop, fat and heavy with Roman dust, gathered at the rusted mouth of the tap, clung for a breathless moment to the cold iron, and fell. It struck the porcelain basin with a sound like a tiny bell. A minute. Liquid punctuation in the silence. Then again, and again. Benedict counted them without meaning to, his eyes not on the sink but on the dead man on the floor. The droplets were a metronome for a stillness that was not peaceful, but violated. 17 drops fell before he realized the pattern of the blood spatter on the marble tiles echoed the same irregular, persistent rhythm. The dead man was a Swiss guard, though out of uniform. He lay on his back before a carved wooden cabinet, his eyes open to the vaulted ceiling where a fresco of angels carried souls to heaven. The cause of death was not immediately apparent. No grand gash or gunshot, just a faint bluish tinge around his lips and a single, almost delicate, puncture at the base of his skull, hidden in the hairline. But it was the man's right hand that held Benedict's attention. The fingers were curled not in a fist, but in precise configuration. The index and middle finger extended, the thumb holding down the ring and little finger. It was a sign, a benediction, but also, as Benedict's expertise screamed at him, the monopantea, an ancient gesture invoking the all-goddess, a symbol older than this church, older than the city itself. It was a language spoken long before Latin. Benedict was a professor of symbology, a man who believed the world was a palimpsest, every surface written over with the ghosts of older meanings. He'd been called here as a consultant because the Vatican, in its infinite labyrinthine anxiety, feared the obscure. The local carabinieri saw a dead guard, perhaps a clandestine meeting gone wrong. The Vatican's own security saw a breach. Benedict saw a sentence. The dripping faucet, the spatter, the gesture of the hand. They were clauses in a statement. He was not alone for long. A woman entered the sacristy, her steps quiet but assured on the stone. She did not gasp at the body. She observed it as he had. A problem to be solved. Dr. Giada Aris was a particle physicist on loan from CERN, a second consultant summoned for reasons the Vatican had kept opaque. She carried a small, sleek device that looked like a Geiger counter crossed with a smartphone. She swept it over the body, and it emitted a soft, anxious chirp near the puncture wound. "Residual neutrino flux," she said, her voice low and calm. "Impossible levels." It's as if a miniature detector array had been fired point blank into his medulla oblongata. "Which means?" Benedict asked, tearing his eyes from the dead man's hand. "Which means someone used a technology that shouldn't exist outside of a few controlled laboratories to scramble his brainstem with a beam of invisible particles. A silent, untraceable, and excruciatingly precise assassination." She looked at him, her dark eyes reflecting the cold light. "The weapon they stole from us." Was the subject of frantic, classified briefings. An ancient order, the Fii Tenebrarum, Sons of Darkness, long thought extinct, a heretical sect obsessed with inverting sacred symbols and harnessing primordial forces. They had resurfaced, not with swords and torches, but with a terrifyingly modern ambition. They had infiltrated the European Particle Physics Laboratory and stolen prototypes of a neutrino emitter, a device designed to probe the fabric of matter, now weaponized. Their target, intelligence suggested, was not a state, but the church itself, the heart of it. The upcoming conclave, where the world's cardinals would gather in the Sistine Chapel to elect a new pope. The Camerlengo, Emmanuel, a man with the weary eyes of a scholar and the taut demeanor of a general, received them in his chambers. The room smelled of beeswax and old fear. "They are not simply attacking the church," he said, his fingers tracing the edge of a medieval manuscript on his desk. "They intend to unmask it, to use this science to stage a miracle in reverse. A desecration so profound, so inexplicable, it would unravel faith from the inside. They believe the church is a lie built on stolen symbols. They wish to demonstrate that its power is hollow, that even God, if he is in the details, can be negated by a finer." The investigation became a double helix, an intertwining of two disciplines. Benedict followed the trail of symbols. The guard's hand gesture led him to a forgotten catacomb beneath the Basilica of San Clemente, where a mosaic of Christ as Helios, the sun god, had been defaced with the same monopantia symbol, now drawn in a substance that glowed under Jada's scanner. Neutrino-doped ink. That symbol pointed to the obelisk in Piazza del Popolo, its hieroglyph subtly altered with modern graffiti that formed a mathematical constant Jada recognized. The fine structure constant, a number fundamental to the universe. They moved through Rome not as a city of light and faith, but as a circuit board, its churches and monuments, nodal points, in a hidden schematic. Benedict's mind was a cathedral of references, connecting Mithraic tauroctonies to the layout of Bernini's colonnades. Jada's mind was a clean, sharp scalpel, calculating angles, trajectories, energy densities. She determined the stolen emitters needed to be placed at specific, powerful loci of symbolic and geomagnetic energy to create an interference pattern that would, in theory, focus a devastating beam directly onto the Sistine Chapel. "It's a resonance," she explained, hunched over maps in a safe house near the Tiber. "They're not just shooting. They're tuning the city itself like a bell, and they want it to ring with silence." The tension was a slow, cold seat. A calm evening spent deciphering a line of Petrarch in a quiet library would be shattered by the sight of a cardinal's assistant making the same subtle hand gesture in a cafe. The gentle lapping of the river at night would be punctuated by the sound of footsteps that matched theirs a little too closely. They found a second body, a laboratory technician from the stolen project, floating in the Fountain of the Four Rivers in Piazza Navona. His skin was eerily cold, and Jada's scanner showed his cellular water had been subtly, lethally restructured. Their pursuit led them to a private palazzo owned by a reclusive shipping magnate, Fredricus Alban. Fred, as he was known in the whispers of the black market antiquities world, was the hidden head of the Filii Tenebrarum. They confronted him in a gallery filled with stolen sacred art. He was a man of quiet, chilling charisma. "You see a weapon," he said, sipping Amaro. "I see a key. For centuries the church has locked away the true nature of the world behind ritual and symbol. They took the dying and rising gods, the great mothers, the solar mysteries, and neutered them into a single, manageable narrative. My order has waited, preserving the old knowledge. Now science has given us the ultimate tool, not to kill an idea. We will show the world." The race to the climax was a symphony of dread. Benedict and Jada, aided by a faction of Vatican security loyal to the Camerlengo, worked to identify the final emitter sites. The Pantheon d'Or, the Capuchin Crypt, the keystone of the Arch of Constantine. Each location was a piece of the pattern. As the cardinals processed into the Sistine Chapel, sealed within, the Filii Tenebrarum activated their network. Rome did not shake. There was no explosion. Instead, a profound, unnatural stillness descended over the Vatican. Birds fell silent. The very air grew thin and heavy. Inside the chapel, as the first vote was called, the magnificent frescoes above began to dim, not fade. But their vibrational intensity lessened, as if the light within them was being drained. Michelangelo's God reaching for Adam seemed to waver, the divine spark in their fingertips stretching, thinning, threatening to sever. A collective, suffocating awe filled the chapel, the precursor to terror. Benedict and Jada were at the final site, the Temple of Mithras beneath the Basilica of San Crisogono d'Oro. They found the emitter, a crystalline array humming in the dark, ancient space. Fred was there, not to fight, but to witness. As Jada worked to reverse the polarity, to turn the resonance back on itself, Benedict faced him. "You're wrong," Benedict said, his voice echoing in the Mithraeum. "You think symbol and fact are opposites. They are translations. The hand gesture you used, the monopantea, it doesn't negate the benediction. It's its ancestor. The church didn't steal the light. It inherited the candle. Smothering it doesn't prove the dark was first. It just leaves everyone in the dark." Fred smiled. "And you, Professor? Do you believe in the candle or the hand that holds it?" Jada shouted a warning. The system was cascading. She could collapse it, but the feedback would be catastrophic at the focal point. The Sistine Chapel would still be hit with a burst of chaotic energy. It would be a massacre. There was another way, a sacrificial grounding. The emitter could be manually overloaded at its source, channeling the deadly flux into a single contained point. This room, it would kill everyone in it. Benedict understood the final symbol, dot. It was not in a book or on a wall. It was an action. The Filii Tenebrarum believed in grand, destructive revelation. True power, the oldest kind, lay in silent, knowing sacrifice. He met Jada's eyes. She saw his decision in his face, and in hers he saw the furious, beautiful refusal of a scientist who believes all problems have a solution. But this was not a problem of science. It was a problem of meaning. He lunged not for Fred, but for the emitter's core, a chamber of glowing crystal. He slammed his hand onto it, his fingers assuming, instinctively, the exact configuration of the dead guard's hand, the monopantea, the benediction, the sign of the all-goddess, the oldest plea for mercy and power in the world. The world did not go white. It went profoundly, impossibly dark and silent. Then it was filled with a single ringing note, the sound of the struck bell, deep and pure and final. He awoke in a hospital room, the light soft. Jada sat by his bed, her face drawn. The conclave had concluded. A new pope had been elected. The cardinals had experienced a moment of profound disorientation, a sudden chill, a flicker of the lights, but nothing more. The official story was a freak, geomagnetic storm. Fred's body had been found in the Mithraeum, his system scrambled by the backfeed. The emitters were recovered. The threat was over. Weeks later, Benedict returned to his university office. His right hand was bandaged, the nerves deeply scarred from the flux burn. The doctor said he might never regain full feeling. He stood at his window, looking out at the autumn leaves. He was a hero in certain quiet circles. He had saved the heart of the church, but he knew a deeper truth. In that moment, before the silence, as his hand made the ancient sign on the modern weapon, he had not been thinking of God or the church or even saving lives. He had been thinking of the pattern, the dripping faucet, the blood spatter, the trail of symbols. He had completed it. His action was the final necessary glyph in the Fili Tenebrarum's own design. Their plan required a grand, public unmasking. He had given them instead a hidden, silent sacrifice. He had not defeated their logic. He had fulfilled it on a level they had not anticipated, turning their weapon of revelation into an instrument of obscurity. He was not an opponent who had thwarted them. He was the final, willing participant, the scholar who understood the script so well he wrote his own devastatingly perfect ending into it. The church remained, its mysteries intact, its power secured. And Benedict was left with the true, unspeakable knowledge that the keeper of symbols must sometimes become one, and that the price of maintaining the sacred pattern is to be forever etched within it, a silent figure in the dark, holding the line between light and void, his own faith, not in what he saved, but in the terrible, beautiful necessity of the gesture itself. He looked at his bandaged hand, the ghost of the sign still held in its frozen tendons, and acknowledged the reflection in the glass. Not a hero, but the final, necessary secret. The bandages came off, revealing skin that was too smooth, too pale, a map of fine, silvery scars. The doctors called it a miracle he had a hand at all. The nerves were dead in patches, a strange, abstract numbness that felt less like an absence and more like a presence, a cold, intelligent silence inhabiting his flesh. He could hold a pen and turn a page, but the subtlety needed for his work, the tracing of ancient inscriptions, was gone. His hand was now a blunt instrument, a relic of its own. Jada visited him in Oxford. They walked through the university parks, the chill of approaching winter in the air. She had resigned from CERN. The Vatican, in its gratitude, had offered her a position she had not disclosed, but Benedict saw the new watch on her wrist, a sleek thing that likely did more than tell time. "They want me to continue monitoring," she said finally, her breath a small cloud. "For residual effects. For anything like it. The Camerlengo believes it was only the beginning of a new kind of war, fought in the spaces between things." "And you?" Benedict asked, his voice quiet. "I saw a law of physics broken," she said, stopping to look at him. "Or not broken, bent. When you touch the core, the neutrino flux, it didn't just scatter, it cohered. For a fraction of a second, my instruments read a perfect, stable pattern. A standing wave of impossible particles in the shape of that hand gesture. It was a symbol made real." He flexed his stiff fingers, feeling nothing. "What does that mean, in your clean, sharp language?" "It means the weapon was also a detector, and it detected a response. From what, I don't know. From the locus of the symbol itself, from the accumulated belief in that place, from something else." She shook her head, a scientist adrift. Fred was wrong about unmasking a void, but he might have been right about something else being there. Something that answered. They parted at the gate, a formal, distant farewell. They shared a secret too vast for friendship, a knowledge that isolated them more effectively than any lie. He watched her go, a woman who had sought definitive answers now haunted by a definitive question. Life resumed its shell. He gave lectures, wrote papers, advised on museum pieces. His colleagues treated him with a respectful distance, attributing his quietness and the glove he now wore to a traumatic event he refused to discuss. He was the man who had been in Rome during that strange geomagnetic storm. But Rome was not done with him. The packages began to arrive. Not at the university, but at his modest flat. Plain brown paper, no return address. The first contained a fragment of terracotta, Etruscan, depicting a goddess with an upraised hand. His hand, the Mano Pantea. The second held a Renaissance sketch, a study for a lost fresco, showing an angel making the sign over a dying soldier. The third was a modern photograph, grainy, taken from a distance. It showed a man in a crowd in Mumbai, his hand raised in blessing, or in the ancient sign. The man's face was turned away, but the gesture was unmistakable. They were messages. But from whom? The Filii Tenebrarum were broken, their network dismantled. These were not threats. They were confirmations. A silent, distributed chorus acknowledging what he had done, what he had become. He was not a secret keeper. He was a landmark. The final package was a book. A cheap, modern notebook. Inside, on the first page, was a single line of text, written in precise, elegant Italian. The pattern is not complete. It was an initiation. Beneath it, drawn in what looked like simple ink, was a symbol. It was the Manopantia, but inverted, the fingers curling in the opposite direction. It was the same, yet fundamentally different. A reversal. A response. He sat at his desk, the dead weight of his hand resting on the open page. The dripping faucet in the sacristy came back to him. That liquid, patient punctuation. He had thought his action was the final period, but it was only a semicolon. The pattern he had studied all his life, the palimpsest of human meaning, had a new, active layer, and he was now a character in its text, his scarred hand a living rune. The silence he had purchased for the world was not an end. It was a listening, and somewhere, in the spaces between the symbols, in the quiet his sacrifice had created, something was preparing to speak. He closed the notebook, the cold in his hand seeming to pulse once, softly, in time with a heartbeat that was not his own. The winter deepened, and with it, the silence around him grew more profound. He stopped opening the packages. They accumulated on a shelf in his study, a quiet accusation. He took to walking at night, through the empty college quadrangles, the stone echoing under his steps. His damaged hand, always gloved, throbbed with the cold, a phantom pain where no feeling should be. It was on one such walk, along the banks of the Cherwell, that he saw the man. He was standing under a lamp near Magdalen Bridge, still as a statue, his coat dark and unremarkable. But his hands were bare, and as Benedict approached, the man raised his right hand, not in a wave, but in a slow, deliberate pantomime. He traced the inverted symbol from the notebook in the air, his fingers moving against the misty halo of the street lamp. Then he lowered his hand, turned, and walked away, disappearing into the shadow of the bridge. Benedict did not follow. The instruction was clear. He was being shown, not led. The next day, he did not go to his office. Instead, he went to the Bodleian. He requested a series of obscure codices on medieval heretical sects, not the Filii Tenebrarum, but their quieter, more philosophical cousins, the Silents, the Silent Ones. Their doctrine was not of inversion, but of intercession. They believed certain symbols, properly activated by a conscious sacrifice, could act as gates, not for power, but for dialogue. Their aim was not to unmask or destroy, but to listen for a response from what they called the substrate, the foundational layer of meaning beneath all symbols. He read for hours, the words blurring. The silence had been hunted to extinction, their practices deemed a more subtle, more dangerous heresy than the bombastic inversions of the Filii. They believed that God, or the principle behind the symbols, did not speak. It answered. It answered only when the question was posed not with words, but with a life offered at the precise nexus of meaning and matter. His hand ached dully. He looked at the glove. He was not a hero who had used a symbol. He was, as the notebook said, an initiate. His sacrifice in the Mithraeum was not the end of a ritual, but the first step of a new one. Fred and his order had built a loud, shrieking question, a weapon of negation. Benedict, by completing the pattern with his own flesh, had quietly reformulated the question into something else. An invitation. That night, in his flat, he took off the glove. He lit a single candle and placed the open notebook before it. He stared at his own scarred hand. Then slowly, painfully, he forced his fingers into the inverted sign. The muscles, damaged and stiff, screamed in protest. It was like trying to shape stone. As his fingers finally settled into the unfamiliar configuration, a jolt went through him. Not pain, a vibration, a deep, suboral hum that seemed to originate in the bones of his hand and radiate up his arm. The candle flame did not flicker, but its light seemed to thicken, to pool around his twisted fingers. The numb patches on his skin came alive with a sensation of pressure, of being touched by something vast and gentle and impossibly distant. No voice spoke. No vision appeared. Instead, a knowledge settled into him, cool and clear as a drop of ink in water. The pattern was indeed incomplete. It was a sentence, and he had written the first clause. The response he had sensed in the Mithraeum was waiting. The silence had not been wiped out. They had gone deeper into the fabric of things, waiting for someone to successfully ask the true question. They were the ones sending the packages. They were the watchman at the gate his action had cracked open. The hum faded. The candlelight returned to normal. His hand was just a scarred hand again, cramping and cold. He lowered it, breathing heavily. The choice was now his, and it was terrible. He could stop. He could burn the notebook, ignore the signs, let the silence he had bought become permanent. He could live as a wounded scholar, a man with a past. Or he could continue. He could learn the full extent of the inverted signs, practice them, open himself further. He could become a true interlocutor, a point of contact with the substrate. But to what end? The church believed it had been saved from a physical threat. It could never comprehend a theological one that spoke in whispers through scar tissue. And Jada, with her instruments, would detect only anomalies, not meanings. He looked at the shelf of unopened packages. He was not a landmark. He was a doorway. And a doorway, by its nature, exists to be passed through. The true secret, he realized, was not that the church's mysteries needed guarding. It was that they were alive, and they were asking for something. They were asking for him. He picked up the pen with his left hand, his clumsy, feeling hand, and in the notebook below the inverted symbol, he wrote a single word. Proceed. The word sat on the page, a dark, wet commitment. He closed the notebook. The flat felt different, the air charged with a potential that was neither holy nor sinister, but simply active. He understood now why the silence had been eradicated. They were not a threat to faith, but to its management. They proposed a direct line, unmediated by scripture or sacrament, a faith of pure, terrifying dialogue. The packages now held a new significance. He opened them, one by one, with a methodical care. Each contained not just an artifact or image, but a clue to the next sign in the sequence. A cuneiform tablet showed a priest with both hands raised and mirrored, opposing gestures. A faded Coptic textile depicted a circle of figures, their interlaced fingers forming a complex knot of meaning. A modern architectural blueprint for a building never constructed had the inverted monopantea worked into the stress diagrams of its foundation. He began the painful work of training his damaged hand. Each new configuration was an agony of stretched scar tissue and deadened nerve. The vibrations returned, each time stronger, clearer. They were not messages, but tones, as if he were tuning an instrument only he could hear. The numb patches became sensors for a different spectrum, a pressure of attention, a silent focus from somewhere else. He knew he was being observed, not by the Vatican, not by any intelligence service, by the Silentists. They were testing his resolve, his comprehension. They offered no guidance, only the raw materials. The interpretation was his burden. Spring came to Oxford, but Benedict barely noticed. He lived in a perpetual, internal winter. His university work suffered. He gave a lecture on Etruscan burial symbols and found himself trailing off, staring at his own gloved hand, realizing the funerary gestures he was describing were primitive cousins to the silent language he was learning. A student asked a question, and he could not answer. He saw not a young man, but a flickering pattern of biological imperatives and cultural imprints, a brief, bright symbol in his own right. He was losing his grip on the mundane. The world was becoming transparent, a veil over the vibrating substrate. He knew this was dangerous. The silence of old were said to have faded from view, becoming so attuned to the dialogue that they ceased to participate in human discourse entirely. They became ghosts in the machine of meaning. Jada called. Her voice was tense, professional. There's been an anomaly, a small one. In Jerusalem, a localized neutrino coherence event lasting 3 picosecons. The signature. It matches the harmonic from Rome, scaled down by a factor of thousands. It's nothing. A ripple. Where in Jerusalem? He asked, his voice rough from disuse. The western wall. A section of the foundation stones. She paused. Benedict, are you practicing? Are you? Continuing? He looked at his hand, resting on a page of his notebook. The fingers curled into the 3rd sign of the inversion sequence. I'm listening, he said. Stop. Dada. Her voice was a sharp whisper. You don't know what you're tuning into. We detected that ripple because my sensors are active. But if someone else is listening, with different intentions, the Filigi weren't the only ones with that technology. The weapon is disassembled, but the blueprint is out there. You could be drawing a map for the wrong people. He knew she was right, but it was too late. He was not drawing a map. He was becoming a beacon. The dialogue, once initiated, demanded continuation. To stop now would be a rudeness on a cosmic scale, a slammed door in the face of a guest whose presence he had invited. He thanked her and ended the call. That night, he completed the 3rd sign for the full duration, holding the agonizing position as the hum built into a chord inside his skull. This time, the response was not just a sensation. It was an image, flashing behind his eyes, clear and stark. He saw a room, a simple stone room, lit by oil lamps. A man sat at a table, his back to Benedict. He was writing in a ledger. The man turned. It was Fred, but not the dead, fanatical Fred from the Mithraeum. This man's face was calm, etched with a profound and weary understanding. He looked directly at Benedict, through the veil of time or dimension, and nodded. Then he raised his own hand. It was scarred, identically to Benedict's. He formed the first inverted sign. The vision vanished. Benedict gasped, collapsing forward over his desk. The message was undeniable. Fred had been a failed initiate. His order, the Filiae Tenebrarum, was a corruption of the Silentis path, an attempt to force the dialogue with a scream instead of a whisper. He had built his weapon not just to unmask the church, but to shatter the door he lacked the patience to open properly. He had been an impatient disciple, and his failure had created the crisis that led Benedict to the threshold. Benedict was not following in Fred's footsteps. He was walking the path Fred had strayed from. The pattern was not one of opposition, but of succession. He knew what he had to do. He had to go to Jerusalem. The ripple at the western wall was not an echo. It was an invitation to the next phase. Foundation stone of one faith, built upon the ruins of others, was the perfect place for the second clause of the sentence to be written. He packed a single bag, the notebook at its center. He was not a professor anymore. He was a scribe, and the story was just beginning. The silence was over. The conversation had begun. The flight to Tel Aviv was a blur of engine drone and fragmented thoughts. He kept his gloved hand in his pocket, the strange cold weight of it a constant reminder. He was no longer a scholar traveling for research. He was a pilgrim on a journey with no known destination, guided by signs only he could read. He arrived at night and took a room in a modest hotel in the old city. The air smelled of stone, incense, and dust. From his small window, he could see the illuminated top of the western wall plaza, a pool of light in the ancient darkness. The package had specified a time, an hour before dawn, when the night was at its deepest and the first prayers were still a whisper in the future. He did not sleep. He sat on the narrow bed, the notebook open on his knees. He practiced the signs in sequence, the vibrations building a silent architecture in the air around him. He now understood they were not just keys, but a form of location. Each sign resonated with a specific point on the globe, a nexus where the substrate was thin. Rome had been one. Jerusalem was another. There would be more. An hour before dawn, he walked through the empty, winding streets. The silence of the sleeping city was different from the silence in Oxford. It was a heavy, historical quiet, layered with centuries of cries and chants. He felt watched by the very stones. He presented himself at the security checkpoint for the Western Wall Plaza. The guards, used to devout visitors at all hours, waved him through the cursory glance. The vast, floodlit plaza stretched before him, the massive Herodian stones of the wall glowing gold. A few solitary figures, dark wraiths against the light, were already praying at its base. He did not approach the wall itself. The package's instructions, deciphered from a pattern in the architectural blueprint, had been precise. He moved to the southern end of the plaza, near the archaeological part. Here, a set of stairs led down to an exposed section of the wall's foundation. Stones even more massive than those above, their faces pitted and scarred by time. This was the place of the ripple. He stood before the largest stone, a monolith that seemed to anchor the world. The air was cool and still. He took a deep breath, removed his glove, and tucked it into his coat. His scarred hand looked pale and alien in the artificial light. He began the sequence. First sign, the inverted mano pantea. The familiar hum started in his bones. Second sign, the mirror gesture from the cuneiform tablet. The vibration deepened, harmonizing with a low subsonic rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. Third sign, the complex knot. His muscles screamed, but he held it. The air around his hand shimmered, not with heat, but with a bending of light. He felt a presence at his shoulder. He did not turn. He knew it was not a person. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure coalesce from the shadow between two stones. It was the man from Magdalen Bridge, his features now clear in the half-light. He was older than Benedict, with a face like worn leather, and eyes that held the same distant focus. He raised his own hand, scarred in a different pattern, and formed the fourth sign, one Benedict had not yet learned. It was an instruction, a completion. With an immense effort of will, Benedict mirrored the man, his fingers, clumsy and burning with strain, twisted into the new configuration. The effect was instantaneous. The hum became a silent thunderclap. The giant foundation stone before him did not move, but for an instant, it became insubstantial. He saw through it, not into earth or rubble, but into a depth of geometric light, a lattice of intersecting lines and symbols that stretched into infinity. It was the substrate, the bedrock of meaning, laid bare. And within that lattice, he saw patterns moving, vast, slow, and intelligent. They were not gods. They were something else. The authors of the symbols, the weavers of the pattern. The vision lasted only a heartbeat. Then the stone was just stone again, cold and solid. The man from the silence lowered his hand. He spoke, his voice a dry rustle, as if unused for years. You see, it is not a dialogue with God, It is a dialogue with the grammar of God, the syntax of creation. Benedict lowered his trembling hand, his whole arm numb. "Why?" he managed to ask. "Why show me this?" "Because the pattern is a question," the man said. "Your sacrifice in Rome asked, 'Is anyone there?' This," he gestured to the wall, "to the city, to the world above, is the answer. We are here. We have always been here. We are what is written. The next question is yours to form. But choose carefully. Every sign you make rewrites the world." The man stepped back into the shadow between the stones and was gone. Benedict stood alone as the first hint of dawn tinged the sky above the Mount of Olives. The call to prayer began. A beautiful, mournful sound weaving through the ancient air. He understood now the true scale of it. He was not having a mystical experience. He was doing linguistics on a cosmic scale. The silence were not a religious order. They were philologists of the absolute. He pulled his glove back on, the leather hiding the living rune of his hand. He had come for an answer and received a responsibility far greater than he had imagined. The foundation stone had shown him the fabric. The next step was not to listen, but to speak, to formulate a question in the silent language that would be worthy of the answer he had just glimpsed. He walked away from the wall as the plaza began to fill with the faithful, their prayers rising to a heaven they imagined. He carried a different truth, a heavier one. Heaven was not above. It was within. It was the pattern, and he had just learned how to draw. Story tu samdo. The sound was a soft, wet ticking, like a leaky faucet in a distant room of a sleeping house. It was the first thing Antonio Mora noticed when the detective, a man with tired eyes and a voice like gravel, finished speaking. The words had hung in the air. "Your son, Ephraim. We need to bring him in for questioning." And then they dissolved, leaving only that insistent rhythmic tap. It came from the kitchen, he realized, a drip from the old copper pipe beneath the sink he'd been meaning to fix for months. Now it sounded like a countdown, a metronome measuring the collapse of his world. His world was a carefully constructed thing, a Georgian colonial on a quarter-acre lot in the quiet, tree-lined community of Silverwood. It was a world of polished mahogany and legal briefs, of weekend barbecues, where the scent of charcoal and privilege mingled in the humid air. Antonio was an assistant prosecutor, a man who built cases like a watchmaker assembles a delicate mechanism, each piece of evidence clicking neatly into the next until the truth, or a convincing facsimile of it, was sealed behind glass. He believed in the architecture of justice, in its clean lines and logical progressions. The murder of Benjamin Shaw, a 17-year-old found in the dense woods bordering the high school football field, had been a grotesque anomaly in that orderly landscape, a dark smudge on the community's pristine self-portrait. Until now, Ephraim was a silhouette against bright windows. That was how Antonio often saw him. 17, with a quiet so profound it felt like a physical presence. A room within a room. He was not sullen, not rebellious in any typical way. His was a stillness that absorbed everything. The tension between his parents, the whispered anxieties of the town, the casual cruelties of high school hierarchies, and gave nothing back. Jo, Antonio's wife, called him their old soul. Her voice tinged with a worry she could never quite articulate. Now, watching his son sit perfectly motionless in the stark interview room at the precinct, Antonio felt that stillness curdle into something else, something opaque and terrifying. The evidence was a constellation of terrible points of light. Ephraim's pocket knife, a birthday gift from 2 years prior, found near the body, wiped clean but identified by a tiny engraving on the blade. Witnesses placing Ephraim and Benjamin arguing heatedly by the lockers the day before. Text messages, cryptic and cold, from Ephraim's phone to Benjamin's, the last one reading, "Stay out of the woods. You won't like what you find." And the most damning, the most intimate detail. Fibers from Ephraim's favorite charcoal gray hoodie, the one he wore like a second skin, found under Benjamin's fingernails. Grayson, the chief prosecutor, had been Antonio's mentor. They had shared scotch and war stories in offices that smelled of old paper and ambition. Now, Grayson's face was a mask of professional regret, a mask Antonio himself had taught him to wear. "Tony," Grayson said, the familiar nickname now a weapon, "you need to step away. You know how this looks. The optics are catastrophic." The law, which had been Antonio's language, his instrument, had become a foreign tongue spoken too quickly for him to follow. He hired Miranda Voss for the defense. She was a razor blade in a silk sheath, known for her theatrical dismissals and her ability to find the single loose thread in the state's tapestry. "We don't have to prove he's innocent," she told Antonio in her office, the city a glittering diorama behind her. "We just have to prove they can't prove he's guilty. We need to dismantle their story piece by piece." Antonio listened, the prosecutor in him nodding at the strategy, the father in him screaming at the coldness of it. He wanted to shout that his son was innocent, that this was all a horrible mistake. But the words stuck in his throat, choked by a vine of doubt he could not name. The house became a museum of their former life. Jo moved through it like a ghost, her fragility hardening into a brittle shell. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping, her eyes fixed on some middle distance where a happier past played on a loop. She would stand in Ephraim's doorway, not entering, just watching the empty bed, the shelves of books on astronomy and ancient history, the model solar system hanging dormant from the ceiling. "Did you know," she whispered to Antonio one night, the darkness between them in their bed as wide as a canyon, "that he sometimes walks in his sleep? I found him in the backyard once, just standing there, looking at the stars. He didn't remember a thing in the morning. The statement hung there, neither an accusation nor an absolution, just another piece of the unknown." Antonio began his own investigation, a shadow one, conducted in the dead hours. He pored over the discovery files until his vision blurred, searching for the flaw, the misstep. He visited the Shaw family, Benjamin's parents hollowed out by grief, their anger a cold, radiating thing. "He was a good boy," Mrs. Shaw said, her hands clutching a framed photo of Benjamin, his smile bright and unknowing. "A little wild, maybe, but good." Antonio saw the artifacts of a life not so different from Ephraim's. Video game consoles, sports trophies, a well-thumbed copy of The Catcher in the Rye on the nightstand. 2 boys, 2 sets of parents, 2 worlds obliterated. He walked the crime scene in the woods alone, long after the police tape had been taken down. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shattered beams. He found the spot, marked only in his mind by the crime scene photos he'd memorized. Here, Benjamin had fallen. Here, the struggle had taken place. Antonio knelt, the damp seeping through the knees of his trousers. He saw nothing the forensic teams hadn't seen, but he felt it, a profound, whispering wrongness. Not the horror of violence, but the silence after. The woods kept its secret. All he heard was the wind, a sigh through the pines, and that phantom ticking, following him even here. The trial was a theater of exquisite pain. The courtroom, a place where Antonio had always felt a sense of purpose, now felt like a cavernous, hostile planet. Grayson presented the state's case with a somber, devastating efficiency. The knife, the fibers, the argument. He painted Ephraim as a brooding, jealous outsider, Benjamin as the charismatic boy who had somehow crossed a line. Miranda Voss fought back with scalpel precision. The knife was old, Efren had likely lost it months ago. The argument was about a failed group project, not some deep-seated hatred. The texts could be read a dozen ways. She presented an alternative suspect, a transient scene near the woods, a shadowy figure the police had dismissed too quickly. Through it all, Efren sat beside his lawyer, impassive. He rarely looked at his parents. He showed no reaction to the grisly photos, to the tearful testimony of Benjamin's friends, to Grayson's pointed barbs. His silence, once familiar, now felt like a bottomless well. Antonio searched his son's face for a flicker of fear, of innocence, of guilt, and found only a smooth, impenetrable surface. It was the face of a stranger. The question that had begun as a murmur in Antonio's soul now became a deafening roar. "Who are you? What are you capable of?" The case teetered. Miranda's transient was a weak phantom. The physical evidence was a stubborn, tangible weight. In a last, desperate move, she put Antonio on the stand. Not as a character witness, but as an architect of doubt. She made him walk the jury through the procedural gaps, the forensic assumptions, the rush to judgment based on circumstantial chains. He spoke, and it was the strangest out-of-body experience of his life. He was dismantling the very type of case he had built his career on. He was using the law to create a fog, and in that fog, his son might walk free. Grayson's cross-examination was gentle, almost pitying. "Mr. Mora," he asked, "as a prosecutor, if you were presented with this evidence regarding a defendant not named Efren Mora, would you pursue charges?" Antonio looked at his son. Efren met his gaze for the first time in weeks. In those dark, depthless eyes, Antonio saw not a plea, but a quiet, terrifying assessment. "Yes," Antonio heard himself say, the word tearing something vital inside him. "I would." The jury was out for 4 days. The Mora house was a tomb. Jo retreated to her bedroom. Antonio paced the living room, each tick of the grandfather clock a hammer blow to his temples. He found himself in Efren's room, now permanently vacant. The boy remanded to custody for the duration of deliberations. He touched the model planets, their paint chipped. He opened a notebook on the desk. It was filled not with diary entries, but with complex, intricate drawings of labyrinths, of impossible geometric shapes. And, on one page, a single, meticulously sketched owl, its eyes vast and all-seeing. On the back of that page, in small, tight script, was a line. "The truth is not a thread to be followed, but a room to be entered. And some rooms have no door." Antonio felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The knock on the door came at just past 10 in the evening. It was Miranda Voss, her usual composure cracked, her eyes alive with a fierce electric light. "She didn't come in. They've reached a verdict," she said. "But that's not why I'm here. Grayson just called me." They found him, the transient. He was trying to pawn Benjamin Shaw's missing class ring. When they picked him up, he had Efren's hoodie in his bag. The real one. The fibers they found were a match to a different mass-produced garment. The one in evidence was a plant. The one in evidence... The world tilted. The carefully constructed edifice of the prosecution's case, the very thing Antonio had been desperately trying to crack, crumbled in an instant. The relief was so violent it was nauseating. "Efren is innocent," he breathed, the words tasting like salvation. Miranda's expression did not soften. "The man is a junkie, a scavenger. He says he found the hoodie and the ring in a dumpster behind the shopping plaza, the day after the murder. He has an alibi for the night Benjamin died. Rock solid. He didn't do it." The nausea returned, cold and sharp. "Then who?" The knife was still Efren's. The texts were still from his phone. The argument was real. The planted hoodie means someone wanted to point the finger very deliberately at your son. She looked past him into the dark hall of the house. Someone with access. Someone who knew what would hurt the most. Antonio turned slowly. Jo stood at the foot of the stairs. She was dressed, as if ready to go out, her face pale but eerily calm. In her hand, she held a small, mud-stained gardening trowel Antonio hadn't seen in years. Her eyes were not on him, but on some distant, internal horizon. "I heard the verdict came," she said, her voice a flat, quiet stream. "I was in the garden. The hydrangeas needed tending. They get so tangled if you don't cut the dead parts away." Miranda took a subtle step back, the lawyer in her recognizing the scene she should not witness. She murmured something about court tomorrow and melted into the night. Antonio and Jo were alone in the foyer, the tick of the clock, the only sound. Jo. The name was a question, a plea, a curse. She looked at him then, and her eyes were clear, emptied of all the doubt and fragility that had plagued her for months. "He was going to ruin him, Antonio," she said, as if explaining why she'd bought a different brand of milk. "Benjamin, that boy, he had videos of Efren. In the locker room, he was going to post them to show everyone how different our son was. He was a bully, a cruel, smiling bully." She blinked slowly. "Efren told me that night. He was crying. Not out loud, but inside where it's worse. He said he didn't know what to do. He said he wanted to disappear." A montage of ignored details flashed before Antonio. Jo's late-night walks, her strangely calm acceptance of Efren's arrest, the mud on her shoes that one morning she said was from the park, the way she had stopped asking him if he believed in their son's innocence. "You went to see him," Antonio said, the pieces clicking into a horrifying new configuration. "Benjamin, I just wanted to talk to him, to make him see. I took the trowel because the garden path was muddy and I thought I might need to clear some stones." She looked at the small, dirty tool in her hand with mild curiosity. "He laughed at me. He called Efren a freak. He said the video would be online by morning. And then he turned to walk back into those woods, back to his friends, back to his perfect, cruel little life." Her voice remained hypnotically even. Something just snapped, like a dry branch. It was so quiet after. Just the dripping from the trees. "I took his ring. I took Efren's hoodie from the laundry and I put it near him. I thought, if they thought it was Efren, if they saw it was a crime of passion, of a moment, they would understand. He was defending himself. They would be kinder to him. I was protecting him." No. Antonio saw it. Not the act, but the aftermath. His wife, small and fragile Jo, standing in the moon-dappled woods, a boy dead at her feet, constructing a narrative of sacrifice with the chilling logic of a shattered mind. She had framed their own son to save him from a worse fate. She had dragged them all into the abyss to keep one secret buried. "Does he know?" Antonio asked, his voice a dry leaf. Jo smiled then, a faint, ghostly thing. "Efren knows everything. He always has. That's his curse. He knew what I did. That's why he never said a word. He was protecting me." She placed the trowel carefully on the hall table. "The jury will let him go tomorrow. The story will be about a failed prosecution, a grieving family, a tragic mistake. We can be a family again. We can move away. We can forget." Antonio looked at this woman, the mother of his child, the love of his 23 years. He saw the prosecutor, the defender, the father, the husband, all the identities he had clung to, dissolve into nothing. There was no law for this. No statute, no precedent, no clean line of justice. There was only the terrible, silent knowledge in this quiet house, and the two of them standing over the corpse of their old lives. He did not call the police. He did not move. He watched as Jo walked up the stairs, each step a measured final beat. He listened until he heard the soft click of their bedroom door closing. The next day, Efren was acquitted. The courtroom erupted, but the Mora family sat like statues. The narrative was written. Justice, flawed but ultimately served. They moved, as Joe suggested, 2 months later. A fresh start in a city by the sea. Antonio never practiced law again. He took a job as a clerk in a library, where the only mysteries were between the covers of books. Joe tended a new garden with a fanatical devotion. Efren enrolled in college, his silence deeper than ever, an ocean trench no light could penetrate. In their new home there is a clock, an old, inherited thing. And sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, when the fog rolls in from the water and muffles the world, Antonio lies awake. He listens past his wife's steady breathing, past the distant sigh of the waves. He listens for the sound he knows he will never stop hearing. The soft, wet ticking of a leaky faucet in a distant room. A countdown that never reaches zero. A clue to a crime hidden in the very air he breathes. Forever unresolved. The sea air did nothing to cleanse the taste of it. It was in the coffee, in the pages of the books he reshelved, in the salt on the wind. A permanent residue. Antonio would watch Joe in her garden, her hands deep in the soil, her face a portrait of serene concentration. She had shed the brittle ghost she had been, and become something else, something solid and quietly purposeful. She never spoke of that night in the foyer again. It existed in a vault of shared, unspoken knowledge, a foundational trauma upon which their new life was precariously built. Efren came home on weekends. He was studying marine biology, he said. He brought textbooks with pictures of bioluminescent creatures from the abyss. He was polite, helpful, distant. The meals were exercises in careful navigation, conversations skimming the surface of safe topics. The weather, a book Antonio had catalogued. The health of the azaleas. The silence that had once been a room within a room was now the house itself. They all lived inside it. Antonio found himself studying his son with a forensic detachment he could not turn off. He looked for signs of damage, of guilt, of complicity. Efren had known. He had sat through that trial, knowing his mother's secret, and had chosen silence. To protect her? Or was it something else? Was his stillness not absorption but acceptance? A cold understanding that this was simply the way the world worked. Not a system of justice, but an ecosystem of predation and sacrifice, where his mother was the ultimate, twisted predator on his behalf. One Saturday, Efren was in the backyard, looking at the stars as he often did. Joe had gone inside. Antonio brought out 2 glasses of water and stood beside him. The constellations were faint through the coastal haze. "You can see Orion there," Antonio said, pointing, for lack of anything else to say. Efren nodded. "The hunter." He was quiet for a long moment. Then, without looking away from the sky, he said, "She thought she was saving me. From a different kind of death." Antonio's breath caught. They never talked about it. Never. Was she? Efren finally turned his head. In the dim light, his eyes were black pools. "Does it matter? He's dead. I'm not. That's the equation." He took a sip of water. "You could have turned her in. You still could. She's your mother, and you're a man of the law." Efren's voice held no accusation, only a flat curiosity. Which one won? Antonio had no answer. The law had not won. The father had not won. Some hybrid, crippled creature had survived, and that was all. "I dream about the woods sometimes," Efren continued, his gaze returning to the stars. "Not about him, about the trees. How they just stood there watching. They didn't care. They just witnessed. I think that's the only kind of justice there is. Witnessing. No verdict, no sentence, just the seeing of a thing." He went inside then, leaving Antonio alone in the cool, damp air. The words settled in him, heavy and cold. His son had not been acquitted that day in the courtroom. He had been sentenced to a life of witnessing, to knowing the full, horrific truth of his own mother, and the compromised silence of his father. His innocence was the least relevant fact about him now. Jo appeared at the back door, wiping her hands on a towel. "Is he coming in? It's getting chilly." "In a minute," Antonio replied. She smiled at him, a warm, ordinary smile, and for a fleeting second he could almost believe in the fiction. The devoted mother, the concerned father, the son home from college. A family. Then she turned back into the bright warmth of the house, and he was left again in the dark, with the whispering waves and the indifferent stars. He understood now. The ticking he heard at night was not a countdown to discovery. It was the sound of the mechanism, the watch he had once believed in, broken forever. Its gears grinding slowly, perpetually, against each other, with no purpose other than their own endless, futile motion. They would all three of them carry on, tending their gardens and their books and their deep-sea studies, bound together not by love, but by a secret that had become the mortar of their lives. And the truth was not a room to be entered. It was the house they lived in, and they were all, every day, walking its halls. The following Tuesday, a thick manila envelope arrived at the library with no return address. Antonio's name was typed on the front. Inside were photographs, not of the crime scene, but of the days before. Benjamin Shaw, alive, laughing with friends at a diner. Efren, sitting alone on a park bench, his posture a familiar curve of isolation. And one, taken from a distance, of Jo. She was standing at the edge of the Shaw's property line, weeks before the murder, her face turned toward their house. On the back of this photo, in the same typescript, was a single line. Curiosity is also a kind of tending. A cold sweat broke across Antonio's back. He shuffled through the images again. There was no note, no demand, just the evidence of watching. Someone else had been witnessing too. He drove home too fast, the envelope burning on the passenger seat. Jo was in the garden. He stood before her, holding out the photo of her. She took it, her gardening gloves leaving a smudge of earth on the edge. She studied it, her expression unreadable. "Who took this?" Antonio's voice was rough. "I don't know." She handed it back. "Does it matter? It changes nothing. It means someone knows. Not just what you did, but the prelude. It means this isn't over." She picked up her trowel again, sinking it into the dark soil. It was always over the moment it was done. The rest is just noise. She looked up at him, her eyes clear and frighteningly calm. "This is our life, Antonio. We decided. We live it." But the envelope had broken the fragile seal of their silence. That night, Antonio waited for Efren in his room. He placed the photo of Jo on the desk. Efren looked at it, then at his father. "You think this is a threat?" Efren asked. "What else could it be?" Efren sat on the edge of his bed. A reminder that we're not the only ones carrying the story, that it exists outside of us. He picked up the photo of himself on the bench. "Maybe it's a kindness." Kindness? Antonio choked on the word. To be seen, even by a stranger, to have it acknowledged that it happened, that he was real, that I was there, that she. He trailed off, placing the photo back on the desk with precise care. "We pretend it away every day. Maybe pretending is the real crime now." Antonio left the photos in Efren's room. He did not know what his son did with them. The envelope was not mentioned again, but the atmosphere in the house shifted once more. A new silence layered over the old, this one charged with a waiting tension. Antonio started checking the mail first. He glanced over his shoulder on his walks home from the library. He studied the faces in the grocery store, looking for a gaze that lingered too long. One afternoon, reshelving in the library's local history section, he pulled out a heavy, outdated city directory. A folded sheet of paper fluttered to the floor. It was a handwritten list of dates and times, spanning the months before Benjamin Shaw's death. Next to each was a brief notation. JAM at property line, 7:04 p.m. EM, followed from school. BS purchases, supplies, electronics store. And at the bottom of the page, in a script that was not typed but penned in sharp black ink, was a final line. The truth is a room. You are all inside. But who is the keeper of the key? Antonio's hands trembled. This was not just evidence of watching. This was a narrative, carefully compiled. And it was here, in his sanctuary, placed for him to find. He understood then that the ticking was not just in his head. It was in the world. Someone was out there, not to expose them, but to accompany them. A ghostly warden for their eternal prison. And this, he realized with a despair so complete, it felt like peace, was the verdict, after all. Not guilty, not innocent, just perpetually, meticulously seen. He did not take the paper home. He slipped it into the back of the directory, a secret for the library itself to hold. But the knowledge of it was a lodestone in his mind, pulling all his thoughts out of alignment. The Watcher was not a threat in the conventional sense. They were an archivist, a curator of their crime. Life continued its pantomime. Joe's garden flourished with aggressive, colorful blooms. Ephraim published a paper on cephalopod communication, on the signals that flashed in the dark. Antonio reshelved books, his fingers tracing their spines, wondering which one might next yield a fragment of their story. The next communication came to Ephraim. A small waterproof case was delivered to his university lab. Inside, nestled in foam, was a single, exquisite seashell, a rare deep-water species that sometimes washed ashore after a storm. There was no note, but Ephraim understood. He brought it home and placed it on the mantel, an artifact in their museum of the unspoken. Antonio looked at it and saw a metaphor he dared not unravel. Something beautiful formed under immense pressure, in absolute darkness, now exposed in the light of their living room. It was Joe who finally broke the new waiting silence. Over dinner, as Ephraim described the feeding habits of sea slugs, she set down her fork with a sharp click. "I saw a man today," she said. Her voice was conversational, but her knuckles were white around her water glass. "In a car, parked at the end of the lane. He was just sitting, watching the house." Antonio felt the food in his mouth turn to ash. "Did you recognize him?" "No, but I knew him." She looked from Antonio to Ephraim, her gaze steady. He had the look of someone who has been waiting a long time, not with anger, with patience. "What did you do?" Ephraim asked, his own voice low. "I walked to the gate. I looked right at him, and I nodded." She took a sip of water. "He drove away." The audacity of it, the calm confrontation, left Antonio breathless. This was Joe's domain now. Not the law, not logic, but the raw, cultivated terrain of their secret. She had acknowledged the Watcher, and in doing so, had claimed a share of the power. They were no longer just the subjects of observation. They were participants. Antonio began to see patterns in the randomness. A librarian he didn't know mentioning a book on local woodland flora left on the returns card. A news article about a new community watch program, circled in red pen and placed in his staff mailbox. Each was a whisper, a thread laid down for him to follow or to ignore. He chose, for a time, to ignore. He focused on the mundane cataloging of his days. But the threads accumulated. They became a weave, a net around his thoughts. One rainy Thursday, he finally snapped. He drove to the old city, to the neighborhood they had fled. He didn't know what he was looking for. Absolution? A confrontation? He parked and walked in the drizzle, past the Shaw's old, now-sold house, past the school, to the edge of the woods where the path began. He stood there, the rain soaking his collar, and felt nothing but a hollow, echoing dread. A voice spoke from behind him, calm and dry. "I wondered if you'd come back." Antonio turned. The man was perhaps 60, wearing a worn, waxed jacket. He had a kind, lined face and eyes that held a profound, unsettling stillness. He held no camera, no envelope. "Who are you?" Antonio asked, though he already knew. "A friend of Benjamin's grandfather," the man said. "We served together a long time ago." He stepped closer, his hands in his pockets. "Asked me to keep an eye on things when the official story didn't satisfy. So you followed us. You sent those things. I witnessed." The man corrected gently. "I compile. The truth is a room, Mr. Mora. But it's a room with many occupants. You thought you were the only ones left inside. I am just here to remind you that you're not, that the boy is remembered, that the story isn't yours alone to bury." "What do you want?" The question was a plea. "Nothing you can give," the man said. "I have no interest in the police. The law is a blunt instrument. It cannot measure what was lost here." He looked past Antonio into the dark, dripping trees. "My friend, Benjamin's grandfather, he died last month. My task, as he saw it, is complete. The file is full." Antonio stared at him. "Then why are you telling me this?" The man offered a faint, sorrowful smile. "Because someone should. Because you've been waiting for the other shoe to drop. Consider this it dropping. There would be no more envelopes, no more shells, no more cars at the end of the lane. You are free of me." He paused, letting the rain fill the silence. "But you already know, don't you, that you will never be free of it." That was the point. "Goodbye, Mr. Mora." "Man." He turned and walked away, his footsteps silent on the wet path. Antonio stood alone in the rain, the hollow inside him now filled with a cold, definitive certainty. The watcher was leaving, but the watching would continue. It was inside him now, inside Joe, inside Ephraim. They were their own archivists, their own wardens, their own perpetual witnesses. He drove back to the sea. The house was quiet when he entered. Joe was reading. Ephraim was sketching something in a notebook. They looked up, and in their eyes he saw that they understood without him speaking a word. The external pressure was gone. All that remained was the pressure they exerted on themselves and on each other. That night, the ticking in the walls was louder than ever. But Antonio realized it was not a countdown or a broken mechanism. It was a metronome, setting the pace for the rest of their lives, a steady, unchanging beat in the sealed room of their shared truth. They would keep time with it forever. He went to work the next day, and the day after that. The library was a cathedral of quiet, the dust motes swirling in shafts of sunlight, undisturbed by revelation. He expected to feel a shift, a lessening of the weight, but instead he felt unmoored. The watcher's absence was a new kind of presence. The silence was no longer shared with an outsider. It was now entirely, oppressively their own. Ephraim returned to school. The seashell remained on the mantel. Joe's garden grew so lush it seemed to be slowly consuming the house, tendrils of ivy reaching for the windowsills. They were, to any neighbor, a quiet family perhaps too devoted to their hobbies, a little reserved, but perfectly normal. Antonio began to dream of the library stacks at night. In the dreams, he would be searching for a specific book, a volume he knew held the final clarifying piece of their story. But the call numbers would shift, the titles would blur, and he would wake with a start, the name of the book just evaporating from his mind. He knew, in the way one knows things in dreams, that the book was not in the library at all. It was the ledger of their lives, and it was being written elsewhere. It was Jo who found the next page. She was turning the soil for a new bed when her spade struck something that wasn't a rock. She dug with her hands, the dark earth under her nails, and unearthed a small, sealed metal box. It was not old. It was clean, free of rust. She brought it inside and placed it on the kitchen table. Antonio stood across from her, staring at it. They had not buried it. Someone else had. In their garden. "Open it," he said, his voice a dry whisper. She pried the lid off with a butter knife. Inside, nestled on a bedded felt, was a single item, a watch. A man's watch with a leather strap and a simple, elegant face. It was not Benjamin Shaw's. They would have remembered. This one was older, a family heirloom kind of piece. Jo picked it up. It was cool and heavy in her hand. She turned it over. An inscription was etched on the back, the letters worn but legible. "For my son. Time is the only true inheritance." There was no signature, no explanation, just the watch, ticking softly in the silent kitchen. The sound was not the frantic, wet drip of a faucet. It was a measured, solemn, mechanical heartbeat. Ephraim was called home. He examined the watch with the detached focus of a scientist. "It's a quality piece, probably 1940s. The inscription, it could be anything, from anyone." "It's from him," Jo stated, not looking up from the watch in her palm. "The Watcher. A parting gift. But why?" Antonio asked, the question tearing from him. "Why leave this?" He said he was done. Jo closed her fingers around the watch, its ticking muffled. "He is done watching. Now he wants us to remember that he's not the only one who lost something. That time passes for everyone. That an inheritance isn't always money or land. Sometimes it's guilt. Sometimes it's a secret. Sometimes it's just time left to serve." She looked at Antonio, her eyes clear and terrible. "This is ours now, our inheritance. We keep the time. They did not rebury it." Jo placed the watch on the mantel beside the seashell. The two objects sat together, a still life of consequence. The soft, relentless ticking filled the living room, a new layer of sound beneath the sigh of the waves. Antonio found he could not read it in the house anymore. The words in his books swam before his eyes, unable to compete with the rhythm of the watch. He took to walking the beach at night, the crash of the ocean drowning out everything else. One such night he saw Ephraim standing at the water's edge, the moonlight painting him silver. He was holding something, his arm drawn back. With a graceful, powerful heave, he threw it far out into the black water. It was too dark to see what it was. A rock, perhaps. Or maybe something else. Ephraim turned and saw his father. They looked at each other across the expanse of damp sand. No words passed between them. Ephraim walked back up to the house, leaving Antonio alone with the roaring dark. When Antonio returned, the seashell was gone from the mantel. Only the watch remained, ticking its steady, patient beat. He did not ask about the shell. He knew some burdens could be thrown into the deep. Others had to be kept, carried, wound daily. He lay in bed that night, Jo asleep beside him, and listened. Past her breathing, past the distant waves, past the faint, omnipresent ticking from the living room. He strained his ears, and for the first time, he heard something else. Not a sound from outside, but from within the very walls of the house they had built their new life upon. A low, almost imperceptible hum, as of a machine operating far underground. It was the sound of the story continuing, writing itself without them, in a language they would never fully understand, but would forever feel in their bones. They were not the authors. They were merely the place where the story was being kept. Story 3 The tap in the ensuite bathroom dripped. Not a frantic, leaking rhythm, but a slow, measured punctuation of the silence. 1. Getting no. A bead of water gathered, swelled at the lip of the chrome. 2. It clung, a trembling lens distorting the porcelain below. 3. It fell, a soft, definitive plink into the basin. Every morning, it was the first sound she heard. It was the sound of a world condensing itself from nothing, a single repeated note that began her day. She opened her eyes to a ceiling she did not know. The texture was a swirl of plaster, a map of a country she had never visited. The light was gray and diffuse, seeping through blinds she could not recall closing. She knew nothing. Not her name, not the year, not the weight of the blanket upon her legs. There was only the hollow, ringing silence of a mind wiped clean, and beneath it, the patient, metronomic drip from the bathroom. A man entered. He moved quietly, as if not to startle a wild animal. He was handsome in a way that felt curated, like a portrait chosen to soothe. Dark hair, graying neatly at the temples, eyes the color of worn denim. He carried a tray, a single white pill on a saucer, a glass of water, a plate with dry toast cut into precise soldiers. "Good morning, April," he said. His voice was a low, warm instrument. "I'm Christian. I'm your husband." April. The name was a foreign object placed in her empty hands. She turned it over. It meant nothing. She looked at him, this stranger who claimed the most intimate title in the world. He smiled, but it did not quite reach his eyes. It was a performance of comfort, practiced and smooth. "You have a condition," he explained, sitting on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped under his weight, a sensation that felt both alien and vaguely threatening. Transient global amnesia, triggered by trauma. It resets when you sleep. Every day is new. But we're working on it. This will help. He nudged the saucer with the pill toward her. She took it without question. The water was cool. The pill was bitter on the back of her tongue. As she swallowed, her gaze drifted past him to the bedroom door. It was slightly ajar. On the back of it, she saw a small, neat hook. It was empty, but the paint around it was slightly darker, a ghost of an object that had hung there for a long, long time. A robe, perhaps, or a belt. Christian followed her look. "The doctor will be here at 10, he said, his voice pulling her back. "Dr. Vale. He's helping us. He'll explain everything better than I can." After he left her to dress, April moved through the house like a ghost haunting her own life. It was a beautiful cage, a modernist box of glass and pale wood, cantilevered over a misty ravine, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Everything was tasteful, severe, and devoid of personal history. No photographs adorned the walls. The books on the shelves were uniformly bound in neutral colors, titles about architecture and botany. The kitchen was a museum of stainless steel. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator, and from somewhere that same insistent drip. In the pocket of the robe she found hanging in the closet, a robe of soft gray cashmere that felt like it should be familiar. Her fingers brushed a scrap of paper. She pulled it out. It was a torn corner from a larger sheet, the edge frayed. On it, in a handwriting that was angular and rushed, unlike the neat labels she would later find in Christian's study, were 2 words: not safe. Her heart, a stranger in her own chest, began a slow, hard thud. She crumpled the note and hid it in her palm, its message a hot coal against her skin. Dr. David Vale arrived precisely at 10. He was a man of careful gestures, his fingers steepled as he listened. His office, a converted sunroom at the back of the house, was his territory. Files sat in neat stacks. A large monitor displayed serene, abstract patterns that shifted like oil on water. "The mind is a fortress, April," he said, his tone clinical, almost kind. "Yours has sealed off certain chambers to protect you. My job is to help you open the doors slowly, safely. We use association. Sensory triggers." He showed her objects. A smooth, cold river stone. A sprig of lavender that smelled of dust and nostalgia. A piece of recorded music. A somber piano sonata that made her eyes prickle with unfounded grief. Nothing connected. The fortress walls remained smooth and unscalable. "It's a process," Vale said, watching her closely. "Be patient. Trust the routine. Trust Christian." But the routine was the problem. The days were a script written by others. The pill in the morning. The gentle interrogation with Vale. The afternoon walks with Christian along the manicured path above the ravine, where he would point out trees and birds with names she instantly forgot. The evening spent in the living room, Christian reading, April staring at the fire, feeling the vast, empty plains of her own mind. And always, the drip from the bathroom tap. A tiny, maddening heartbeat in the heart of the silence. She began to hunt. The note had been a crack in the pristine world. She looked for others. She found a second one 2 days later, tucked inside a book of poetry, Rilke. On a shelf she was sure Christian never touched. This one read, "The hook on the door." That night, as Christian slept the untroubled sleep of the innocent, or the profoundly guilty, she lay awake, listening to his breathing and the drip. The hook. She pictured it, empty, a tiny question mark in the gloom. What had hung there? The next morning, after the pill, after Christian left for his study to take a call, she did not go to the kitchen. She went to the garage. It was a cold, concrete space smelling of oil and damp earth. Tools hung in perfect order on a pegboard. In a corner, behind a stack of unused terracotta pots, she found a cardboard box. It was unlabeled. Inside, wrapped in a soft cloth, was a camera. An old, heavy thing. A Leica. She lifted it. Its weight was a shock. A solid truth in her hands. She pressed her eye to the viewfinder, pointing it at the garage door. The world framed itself, limited, understood. A memory, not of an event, but of a feeling, flickered. The satisfying click of a shutter, the smell of developer in a darkroom. She was a photographer, or she had been. Beneath the camera was a manila envelope. Her hands shook as she opened it. Photographs spilled out. They were not of landscapes or still lifes. They were surveillance shots. Grainy, taken from a distance. A man entering an apartment building. The same man at an outdoor cafe, laughing with a woman whose back was to the camera. The man was Christian. The final photograph was different. It was a domestic scene taken through a window at night. A woman stood in a kitchen, her face blurred by motion and reflection, but her posture was one of anguish, a hand pressed to her mouth. The kitchen was not this one. It was older, warmer, cluttered with life. On the windowsill was a small ceramic owl. April knew with a certainty that bypassed memory and went straight to the bone that the woman was her, and the ceramic owl was hers. She heard a step on the gravel outside. She shoved everything back into the box, pushed it behind the pots, and slipped out of the garage, her blood singing a song of pure, undiluted fear. She confronted Christian that evening. She showed him nothing, but she asked, her voice barely a whisper over the dinner table, "Did I take photographs?" He put down his fork. The sound was precise, final. "You used to." It was a hobby, but after the accident, it became too stressful. "Doctor?" Vale advised a clean break from past hobbies that might trigger anxiety. "No sound, or a sandamid." "What accident?" "A car crash, 18 months ago. You were driving. You survived, but your memory, and your passenger didn't. His denim eyes held hers, brimming with a practiced sorrow. It's why we moved here. A fresh start. The story was seamless. It explained the amnesia, the isolation, the therapy. It painted him as a devoted husband, bearing the burden of her tragedy. But it did not explain the photographs in the box. It did not explain the notes. It did not explain why, when he said the word passenger, her eyes flicked, unbidden, to the empty hook on the back of the bedroom door. The next day, during her session with Vale, she mentioned the car crash. He nodded gravely. A profound trauma. The mind's way of protecting you is to erase the vehicle of the trauma itself, the memory of the event, and the memories connected to it. Your old life. Who was the passenger? Vale steepled his fingers again. A friend. His name was Chase. You were very close. Chase. The name was a key that turned in a lock deep within her, but the door did not open. It only shuddered. That night, she dreamed of a laugh, loud and unself-conscious, and the smell of gasoline and pine needles. The investigation was now hers alone, conducted in the stolen minutes between the pill and Christian's watchful care. She found a third note. This one slipped under her pillow, the paper damp from her own sweat. Find Chase. But how? She had no phone, no computer of her own. Christian's study was locked. The house was a panopticon. Then she remembered the camera. The next afternoon, on her walk, she pretended to trip, tearing the knee of her trousers on the path. Christian, solicitous, helped her back to the house. While he went to fetch the first aid kit, she went to the garage. The box was gone. Panic, cold and slick, rose in her throat. She was not alone in this hunt. Her adversary was erasing the clues as she found them. That night, the drip from the tap seemed louder, more accusatory. She lay in bed, Christian breathing beside her, and formulated a desperate plan. She would stop taking the pill. The following morning, when Christian brought the tray, she palmed the white tablet, pretending to swallow it with the water. She hid it under her tongue, then excused herself to the bathroom, where she spat it into her hand and flushed it away. The day felt different. The fog in her mind was still present, a thick blanket from the previous day's doses, but a sharpness, a needle of clarity, began to pierce through. She noticed things. The way Christian's gaze lingered on the bathroom door after she emerged. The faint, almost imperceptible smell of vinegar that clung to Dr. Val's jacket. The fact that the books in the study, when she managed to glance through the keyhole, were all first editions, priceless, yet their spines were cracked, as if read repeatedly. Days passed. She flushed each morning's pill. The fog lifted, not to reveal memory, but to sharpen the present. Her senses became raw. She heard the whisper of Vale's sleeve against his notepad. She felt the static charge in the air before Christian entered her room. She saw the tiny, almost invisible scratches on the floor around the hook on the door. She found her chance one rainy Tuesday. Christian had an urgent video conference, he said, and would be locked in his study for 2 hours. Vale was not due until the afternoon. The house was hers. She went to the one place she had never dared, the basement. The door was off the kitchen, painted to blend with the wall. It was unlocked. The stairs descended into a deeper cold, a smell of stone and mildew. The basement was unfinished, a labyrinth of storage. And there, in a corner, she found a truth. It was a small makeshift darkroom, an enlarger, trays of dried chemicals, a string with wooden pegs, and pinned to a corkboard were photographs. Her photographs. Portraits of a man with an easy smile and kind, crinkled eyes. Chase. In one, he had his arm around her, pulling her close, both of them laughing into the camera. The love in that frozen moment was a physical blow. In others, he looked concerned, speaking to her urgently on a city street. The final series on the board was different. They were the surveillance shots of Christian, and the last one, the one of her in the old kitchen, her face a mask of horror. Written on the border in her own handwriting was a date, the day before her supposed accident. She heard the basement door open upstairs. A voice called down, "Calm. April, are you down there?" It was Dr. Vale. She froze, her fingers still touching the photograph of Chase's laughing face. "Christian is looking for you. It's time for our session." She had no choice. She climbed the stairs, her legs weak. Vale stood at the top, his face in shadow. "Curiosity is a natural part of the process," he said, his voice devoid of its usual clinical warmth. "But some rooms are better left closed." That session was different. Vale did not use the riverstone or the lavender. He asked direct questions. "What do you remember about the night of the accident, April? The details are important. The rain, the headlights, the sound of the impact." She said nothing, just stared at him. "You feel guilt," he pressed. "Survivor's guilt. You believe you should have died, not Chase. That's why your mind won't let you go back. You're punishing yourself." But she was no longer listening to his words. She was watching his hands. As he spoke of the accident, his right hand, resting on his knee, made a subtle, repeated motion. The thumb rubbed against the tip of the index finger, back and forth, back and forth. It was the same motion Christian made when he was thinking, a tiny, shared mannerism. The revelation was quiet and absolute. They were in concert, Vale and Christian, therapist and husband, jailer and warden. That night, she did not pretend to sleep. She waited until Christian's breathing deepened. Then she slid from the bed. She went to the bedroom door and stood before the empty hook. She reached out and touched it, the metal cold. She closed her eyes and let the empty space fill with an object. Not a robe, not a belt, a camera strap. Her camera, the Leica. He had taken it from her, along with everything else. She turned. Christian was awake, propped on one elbow, watching her from the bed. The moonlight through the window cut his face into planes of silver and shadow. "What do you see, April?" he asked, his voice soft in the dark. "I see a hook where my life used to hang," she said. He sighed, a sound of profound weariness. "You're agitated. The treatment isn't working as it should. Dr. Vale and I think a more immersive environment might be necessary. A private clinic for your own safety." The final act of the play. The troublesome wife committed. She understood everything then. The accident was a lie. Chase had discovered something. Something about Christian. Perhaps financial, perhaps criminal, perhaps simply the truth of his nature. A controlling, pathological need to own and reshape. She, April, had been helping Chase investigate. Christian had found out. And he, with the help of a corrupt therapist, had devised the perfect punishment, the perfect prison. Not to kill her, but to erase her. To make her a blank slate he could fill with his own fiction, day after day, pill by pill, until the real April was gone forever. The drip of the tap was the sound of her old self, dissolving, drop by drop. "No clinic," she said, her voice stronger than it had ever been. "It's not a request, darling." He got out of bed. He was taller than she remembered, his silhouette blocking the moonlight. She backed toward the bathroom, the source of the endless drip. He followed. "Where will you go, April? You don't know who you are. You have no money, no friends. The world out there is the real amnesia." Her hand found the cold porcelain of the sink. She felt the vibration of the next drop gathering. She looked past Christian, to the bed, to the nightstand where his watch glinted. and she remembered. Not a memory, but a fact she had read once. A piece of trivia that now flashed like a beacon. Heavy, repeated blows to the head could cause retrograded amnesia. He took another step. Let's not make this difficult. Take your pill, and we can forget this ever happened. The next drop fell. Blink, bite. She moved with a speed born of pure instinct. Her hand closed around the heavy ceramic soap dispenser on the sink. As he reached for her, she swung it, not at his head, but in a wide, desperate arc toward the mirror. It shattered with a catastrophic roar, 1,000 silver shards exploding into the air. Christian flinched, throwing his arms up. In that moment, she lunged past him, not for the door, but for the nightstand. She snatched his watch, its metal band cold and heavy. He turned, his face a mask of fury, and grabbed her wrist. His grip was iron. She could smell the sleep on his breath, the faint, expensive scent of his soap. She didn't struggle. She let him pull her close. And then, with all the force of her forgotten life, she swung the watch in her other hand. The solid, weighted crown connected with his temple. A dull, sickening thud. He grunted, his eyes widening in surprise more than pain. She did it again, and again. Not to kill, to unmake, to scour clean. Each impact was a punctuation in the silent room, a brutal answer to the gentle, maddening drip of the tap. He slumped to the floor, a dark shape on the pale rug. She stood over him, breathing hard, the watch dangling from her hand. She waited for memory to come flooding back. It did not. Only a great, echoing silence. She had wanted truth, and all she had was this: a man on the floor, the smell of blood and shattered glass, and the relentless, indifferent drip from the faucet. She left him there. She walked out of the bedroom, down the hall, through the beautiful, empty house. She took nothing. Not a coat, not a photograph. She opened the front door and stepped into the cold, damp night. The mist from the ravine swallowed her whole. The police found Christian Vale 3 days later, when a missed payment to a security company triggered a wellness check. He was alive, but he could not tell them who he was, or who the woman in the shattered bathroom might have been. He had no memory of being a therapist, or a husband named Christian. He only stared at the hook on the door, and flinched at the sound of dripping water. The case was brief: an unidentified female assailant. A home invasion gone wrong, perhaps. The victim's profound amnesia made investigation impossible. The house, with its beautiful views and terrible silence, was sold. The new owners replaced the bathroom faucet immediately. They found the silence unsettling. Somewhere, in a city far from the misty ravine, a woman works in a photo lab. She develops pictures for tourists and weddings. She has no past she can speak of. She rents a small room above a bakery, and the smell of yeast and sugar is the closest thing she has to a memory. Sometimes, when she is developing a print, watching an image swim into existence in the chemical bath, she feels a ghost of a feeling, a sense of pursuit, of a truth, just beyond the frame. She has a scar on her palm, from a piece of broken mirror she can't recall cutting herself on. And sometimes, on very quiet nights, she hears a sound that isn't there, a soft, patient plink, like a water drop falling into a porcelain basin, marking a time that no longer exists in a life that is not her own. The details of what came before are blurred now, fading into the chemical haze of the darkroom. The ghost of a negative from a camera that was lost or stolen or simply left behind in a house of glass and lies. The truth, like the image in the developer, trembles on the edge of visibility, and then sinks back into the dark, leaving only an impression, a shape without a name, a story without an end. The bakery's warmth never quite reached her room. She preferred it that way. The chill was a reminder to stay sharp, to not sink into the soft amnesia comfort of her new life. She called herself Elle, a name chosen from a magazine in the laundromat. It felt empty, which felt right. The Photolab was a small, independent shop, clinging to survival in an age of phones. The owner, a weary man named Gus, didn't ask questions. He valued her skill, the instinctive way she could coax contrast from a muddy negative, her patience with the old equipment. She handled hundreds of images a week. Smiling families, awkward engagements, sunsets over monuments. She looked for herself in none of them, until the day the man brought in the film canister. It was old, 35 mm, the metal slightly dented. He was around 60, with the weathered skin of someone who spent time outdoors. His hands were steady as he placed it on the counter. "Found this in a box of my brother's things," he said, his voice gravelly. "It passed last year. Wasn't sure if there was anything on it, but thought I'd check." It was a common request. She gave him a ticket, a price, a time frame. He nodded and left, the bell on the door jangling behind him. She processed it last after closing. The routine was soothing. The dark, the smell of chemicals, the film winding onto the reel. She hung the strip to dry, peering at the negatives with her loupe. Her breath caught. The first few frames were landscapes, trees, a ravine shrouded in mist. Then, a house, modern glass, perched on a cliff. Her fingers went cold. The next frame was a woman, caught in a moment of unguarded laughter, her head thrown back. The woman was her. Or rather, the woman she had been. April died. She moved down the strip. There was a man with crinkled eyes, his arm around April's shoulders. Chase. The love was there, even in negative. Then, a series of shots taken from inside a car, through a windshield. They were of another man, elegant, wearing a trench coat, entering a nondescript office building. Christian thought. The final frame on the strip was a photograph of a photograph. It showed a document, slightly blurred. She could make out a letterhead, Vale and Associates, and a name, signed with a flourish, Dr. Alistair Vale, brother Dot. The man who brought the film was Dr. Vale's brother. The darkroom air felt thick, chemical-laden. This was no accident. This was a message, or a trap. Had the brother known what was on the film? Was he testing her? She made the prints quickly, her movements automatic. The images emerged in the tray, ghosts solidifying into a past that was now palpably, dangerously present. She did not sleep. She sat in her cold room, the prints laid out on the floor like a crime scene. The document in the last photo was a contract. She could just decipher the phrasing: ongoing therapeutic oversight and behavioral recalibration. The client name was redacted. The fee was astronomical. A plan formed, brittle and desperate. She would not run. Running was what they expected. Christian, or Alistair, or whatever his name was now, was out there with a blank slate. But his brother was here, and his brother had kept this film. The next morning, when the man returned, she was ready. She handed him the envelope of prints. He opened it, right there at the counter. He looked at the picture of the house, of April laughing, of his brother's office letterhead. His face did not change. It remained a mask of polite grief. "Thank you," he said, his voice even. "My brother had some unusual clients towards the end." "Merci." "Did he?" she asked, her own voice quiet. He met her eyes. His were pale blue, like winter sky, not denim like Christian's. These were colder. Specialized in difficult cases. People who needed to forget, or be forgotten. He held her gaze for a beat too long. Then he placed a $20 bill on the counter. "For your trouble." After he left, she found it. Tucked under the cash was a small folded square of paper. Not a prescription slip, a receipt. From a diner 2 blocks away, dated that morning, for 2 coffees. Table by the window. He was waiting. She had a choice. She could burn the extra prints she'd made, pack her single bag, and vanish into another city, another name. Or she could walk to the diner and look into the eyes of the past, not as a victim, but as a photographer finally ready to focus. She looked at her hands, at the scar on her palm. The drip was in her head, a metronome counting down to a decision. She put on her coat. She did not take the prints. She left the darkroom, locking it behind her, and stepped into the gray, indifferent daylight. She walked toward the diner, each step a silent click of a shutter, framing the next moment of a story she was no longer afraid to develop. The diner smelled of old grease and strong coffee. He was there, in the booth by the window, a second cup steaming across from him. He didn't smile as she slid in. Up close, he looked more tired than weathered. A deep exhaustion in those pale eyes. "You kept the film," she said, not a question. "I kept many things," he replied. His fingers traced the rim of his mug. "My brother was a collector of secrets. It was his profession and his pathology. When they found him, like that, I became the curator of his dark museum." She waited. The waitress came, poured her coffee without being asked, and left. "His notes on your case were extensive," the brother said, his voice low. "More of a novel than a file. Christian was his masterpiece, he thought. A man who wanted to erase a life and replace it with a more suitable one. Alistair saw it as the ultimate therapeutic challenge, a shared delusion, meticulously constructed. He was very proud." A cold knot tightened in her stomach. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because he was wrong." The brother looked out the window at the passing traffic. "It wasn't a masterpiece. It was a house of cards, and you were never the blank slate he believed. You were the flaw in the lens, the tremor in the hand." He turned his gaze back to her. "The film you developed was mine. I took those pictures. I was following my brother. I knew what he was doing was wrong, but I didn't know how to stop it. I was too late to help your friend. The man Chase." The name, spoken aloud in this greasy diner, was a physical shock. How did he die? He was going to the police. Christian intercepted him. It was made to look like an accident, a hidden run in the rain. My brother provided the psychological scaffolding, the rationale for your grief-induced amnesia. They were a perfect, poisonous team. They were a perfect, poisonous team. "Hey!" She felt the room tilt. The drip in her mind became a roar. "And you did nothing." "I was afraid," he said simply, without shame. "Of my brother, of the law, of the complexity of the truth. I hid the film. After Alistair's accident, I thought it was over. Then I read about the house sale. I knew you had gotten out. I've been looking for you for months. I frequent every photo lab in every city I pass through. To apologize. To give you a choice." He reached into his jacket and placed a small key on the table between them. It was for a storage locker. "Unit 114 across town. Inside is a box. In it is every note, every recording, every financial transaction between Christian and my brother. The unredacted contract. Proof enough for any court." Proof enough for any court." She stared at the key. "Why not take it to the police yourself?" "Because I am a coward," he said, his voice cracking for the first time. "And because the truth belongs to you. You can use it to remember, or you can use it to make sure Christian never remembers. You can burn it. You can bury it. It is your negative now. Do with it what you will." He slid it out of the booth, leaving the key on the formica. He placed enough money for both coffees under his saucer. The unit is paid through the end of the year. After that, it's cleared out. No one will ever know. He walked away, the bell on the diner door jingling with a terrible finality. She sat, watching the key. It was just a piece of metal, but it felt heavier than the soap dispenser, heavier than the watch. This was not a weapon for a moment of instinct. This was a tool for a lifetime of consequence. She finished her coffee, the bitter liquid cold now. She picked up the key. It left no impression on her scarred palm. She walked back to the photo lab, her mind not silent, but buzzing with a new, terrifying frequency. It was the sound of a machine switching on, of a process beginning from which there was no turning back. She had spent so long developing other people's memories. Now, she held the key to developing her own. The ghost in the chemical bath was finally ready to step into the light, and she would have to decide, once and for all, what the picture revealed. The storage unit smelled of concrete dust and damp cardboard. Unit 114. The key turned with a gritty metallic shriek. The door rattled up, revealing a single, medium-sized cardboard box sitting in the center of the empty space. No labels. She carried it back to her room, the weight of it solid in her arms. She did not open it immediately. She set it on the floor by her bed and sat beside it, watching the afternoon light fade against the wall. The box was a silent, rectangular void. Inside was either the map back to herself or a Pandora's box of horrors that would forever poison the empty piece she had built. When the room was dark, she turned on the small lamp. She slit the packing tape with a kitchen knife. The top layer was photographs, dozens of them. Surveillance shots of her and Chase, taken from cars from across the street. They looked happy, ordinary, unsuspecting. Beneath those were financial records. Wire transfers from an entity called Sea Vale Holdings to Dr. Alistair Vale. They were not for therapy. The memos read, consultation, logistical support, asset management. Then, the notebooks. Alistair's handwriting was a precise, vertical script. Clinical, detached. Subject at T, April, shows remarkable resilience to initial narrative implantation. Partner C, Chase, remains a significant contaminant. Proposal, accelerate timeline for environmental adjustment. Further down in colder ink, contaminant removed. Subject as disorientation is profound. Brother C, Christian, is performing admirably. The grief framework is accepted. She read until her vision blurred. The words were not memories, but they were the architecture of her prison, laid bare in blue ink on lined paper. There were transcripts, too, audio recordings he had made of sessions with Christian, planning her treatment. Christian's voice, so familiar and so alien, calm and methodical. She needs to believe the world is a dangerous place without me, that her own mind is the enemy. At the very bottom was a large manila envelope. Inside, she found the Leica, her Leica, wrapped in a soft cloth. She lifted it, her fingers finding the familiar dents and scratches. The weight of it in her hands was a homecoming to a home that had been demolished. Tucked into the camera case was a single, unprocessed roll of film. She worked through the night in the Photolab's darkroom, the space her sanctuary, and now her confessional. She developed a role. The images were her own, the last she had ever taken. Shots of Chase making coffee, laughing. Shots of the ravine near their house, the mist rising. And then, the final frames. A series of documents spread on a desk. Financial statements, shell company names, a list of account numbers. Chase's discovery. This was what he had died for. This was the truth she had helped him uncover, the truth that had been stolen from her mind. As the final print washed in the tray, she felt no sudden rush of recollection. Instead, a cold, clear understanding settled over her. The pieces were all there, but they were evidence, not experience. She could assemble the facts of April's life, but she could not feel her joy or her fear. That woman was a client, a case study. Elle was the technician in the darkroom, interpreting the shadows. By dawn, she had made her decision. She could not become April again. That path was rubble, but she could use what April had left behind. She packed the evidence with meticulous care into a new bag. She left the lacquer on Gus's desk with a note of thanks. It belonged to a ghost. She took only the most damning pages, the clearest photographs, the audio transcript where Christian coldly discussed her erasure. The law firm was one of the oldest in the city, all mahogany and hushed voices. She asked for a partner who specialized in prosecuting financial fraud and civil rights violations. She waited in the quiet lobby, the bag on her lap. When the receptionist called her name, she stood. She was not April. She was not quite Elle. She was a woman with a box of shadows, ready to step into the light and name them. She walked toward the attorney's office, each click of her heels on the polished floor a steady, deliberate beat, drowning out forever the phantom drip of a forgotten tap. The attorney's name was Miriam Shields. She had a reputation for patience and a spine of tempered steel. She listened, without interruption, for 2 hours, as the woman laid out the contents of the bag in a neat, terrible chronology on the wide desk. Miriam's eyes, behind practical glasses, remained neutral, but a tightness around her mouth betrayed her anger. "This is conspiracy," Miriam said finally, tapping the unredacted contract. "Fraud, unlawful imprisonment, psychological torture, and at minimum, accessory to murder. The statute of limitations is not a concern here. This is extraordinary." "What about Christian Vale?" the woman asked. Her voice was steady. She had practiced the name. Miriam leaned back. "A victim and a perpetrator. His amnesia, if genuine, complicates prosecution. But his wealth, his identity, it was built on this crime. We can dismantle it. We will freeze assets, file civil suits. We will make his world as hollow as he made yours." She paused. "And Dr. Vale's brother? He's an accessory after the fact. He gave me the truth. I don't want him charged." It was not a plea, but a condition. Miriam considered, then gave a single nod. "We can negotiate that. You'll be a witness, a powerful one." She began gathering the papers. "This will be a long process. It will be invasive. They will attack your credibility, your mental state. You will have to relive things you don't even remember." "I've been living with the ghost of it every day," the woman said. "I prefer a real fight." Miriam smiled, a thin, sharp thing. "Good." The machinery of justice turned slowly. It began with a restraining order and a swift, quiet seizure of Christian Vale's remaining assets based on evidence of fraud. Reporters, sniffing blood in the water, dug into the once brief case of the home invasion. The story began to shift. Across the country, in a modest assisted living facility, a man who called himself Chris received a registered letter. It contained a court order and a photograph of a woman laughing, her head thrown back. He felt nothing looking at it, only a faint, clinical curiosity. But that night he dreamed of a hook on a door, and the drip became a torrent. He woke screaming, and the orderly noted the episode in his chart. The brother, whose name was Robert, gave a sworn deposition. His voice was a monotone of regret. He confirmed the authenticity of every document, every recording. He spoke of his brother's God complex, of Christian's chilling efficiency. He did not look at the woman when he called her April. She did not correct him. A hearing was set. It was a preliminary thing, a forum for the judge to understand the scope. Christian Vale was required to appear. His lawyers argued he was unfit, a trauma victim with no memory. The judge ordered a competency evaluation. The woman sat in the hallway outside the courtroom. She had asked Miriam not to be inside for this first encounter. She needed to see him before he saw her, to test the waters of her own resolve. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped out, flanked by 2 lawyers. He was thinner, his elegant clothes hanging loosely. His eyes, that denim blue, scanned the hallway with a vacant politeness. They passed over her, a stranger on a bench, and lingered for a moment on a fire extinguisher case, as if it were more familiar. Then he stopped. He turned his head back toward her, slowly. Not his whole body, just his neck, like a bird sensing a shift in the air. His gaze settled on her hands, folded in her lap, on the scar on her palm. His eyes widened, not with recognition, but with a profound animal distress. A low sound escaped him, a whimper trapped in his throat. One of his lawyers took his arm, murmuring, steering him toward the courtroom door. He looked back once, over his shoulder, his eyes now filled with a terror he could not name. She held his gaze, her face calm. She did not flinch at the drip, because now the sound had a source. It was the sound of a foundation cracking. She stood up, smoothing her skirt. Miriam emerged from the courtroom, a question in her eyes. The woman nodded. She was ready. The hearing was a formality, a chess move. The real story was just beginning to develop, and for the first time, she was the one holding the light. Story foreshown. The leather was cold and damp, the kind of damp that seeps up from the ground and into the very fibers, giving it the supple, dead feel of a drowned thing. Jordan Ray's fingers traced the seam of the briefcase on his lap, a habitual, grounding motion. The train car swayed, a metallic lullaby on the tracks north out of the city. Outside, the world was a smear of November grays, bare trees like nerve endings against a woolen sky, the occasional flash of a rain-slicked highway parallel to their path. He was a man built for such muted tones, for the quiet hum of routine. A structural engineer, he understood pressure, load, the silent mathematics of restraint. His life, until recently, had been a study in calculated equilibrium. The man across the aisle had been watching him for an hour. Jordan Ray had felt it as a low, persistent frequency, like the sub-audible thrum of the train itself. He finally turned his head, a slow, reluctant pivot. The man was perhaps 50, with the kind of handsome, weathered face that suggested a past in open air, now gone slightly soft at the edges. His clothes were good, but carried a rumpled neglect. His eyes were the arresting feature, a pale, liquid gray, utterly still. He didn't look away when caught. He smiled, a small, confidential movement of his lips. "The rain makes everything look guilty, doesn't it?" the man said. His voice was softer than Jordan Ray expected, almost melodic. Jordan Ray offered a non-committal nod, a polite social reflex, and turned back to the window. His own reflection ghosted over the fleeing landscape. A man of 42, hair retreating in an orderly fashion, face composed into what he hoped was a placid anonymity. The briefcase held the schematics for a municipal water treatment plant. It was solid, real work. It did not feel solid or real now. "Forgive the intrusion." The voice came again, unprompted. "It's just that you look like a man who understands consequences. The cause, the effect, the load-bearing point. The uncle, Monsieur, down. Showing saucer." This was too specific. Jordan Ray faced him fully. "Do I?" "It's in the posture, the careful way you placed your case. Most people just fling things about. You considered it." The man extended a hand, not to shake, but in a slight, open-palmed gesture. "Humberto." Jordan Ray. He took the hand. The grip was cool, dry, and brief. A double name, substantial. "You carry the weight of it well." Umberto settled back, as if a formal introduction had sanctioned his scrutiny. Business or pleasure, Jordan Ray? Business. Always. Ah, and does the business sustain you, or does it merely occupy you? The question was a key sliding into a lock Jordan Ray hadn't acknowledged was there. The equilibrium of his life was, in fact, a stalled suspension. It was the silence that had calcified between him and Camille over 15 years of marriage. A silence so complete it had its own texture, like dust on every surface in their immaculate home. It was her dismissive sighs, her archipelago of pill bottles on the bathroom counter, her uncanny ability to make every achievement of his feel like a petty, foolish distraction. She was not a bad person. She was a chronic, low-grade fever, and he was dying of it by degrees. Liberation was a word he allowed himself only in the darkest, most shameful hours of the night. It occupies me, Jordan Ray heard himself say. Umberto nodded, as if this was the only possible answer. He gazed out at the grim scenery. I am traveling to see my father. Connor Dot. A name like a hammer blow, isn't it? He's a great believer in consequences, in punishment. He built a world where every door had a lock, every window a bar, and every mistake a price extracted in silence. He's 84 now, a tyrant in a cardigan, drowning in a sea of his own bitterness. He has a heart that is, the doctors say, a timepiece of rotten gears. Yet it ticks on. It ticks on, and with every tick it steals a little more of my life, my air. The raw hatred in the man's tone was so intimate, so calmly articulated, that it felt more dangerous than any shout. Jordan Ray said nothing. The train plunged into a tunnel, and for a moment they were just two faces floating in the dark window, stripped of context. When the light returned, Umberto was looking directly at him, those pale eyes gleaming. We are both occupied then, by our business, by our burdens. It's a mathematical problem, really. A simple equation of removal. Jordan Ray's mouth went dry. Removal? An obstacle is only an obstacle from one perspective. From another, it is merely a mass in the wrong place. You are an engineer. You understand. To clear a path, sometimes you must demolish. But it is very difficult to swing a sledgehammer at your own wall. The angle is wrong. The emotional physics are messy. The train whistle blew, a long, mournful sound that seemed to tear a hole in the afternoon. Jordan Ray felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the damp leather under his fingers. He knew, with a terrible gravitational certainty, what was coming next. He should get up, move to another car. This was the edge of a cliff. He did not move. Umberto leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the rumble of the wheels. What if we could solve for each other? A simple swap. You have a wall that needs to fall. I have a foundation that needs to crack. I could make your problem disappear. You could make mine vanish. No connection, no motive, just two strangers on a train, passing through each other's lives like ghosts, clean, efficient. The world narrowed to the space between their seats. The scent of stale coffee and wet wool receded. All Jordan Ray could hear was the rhythmic click-clack of the tracks, now sounding like a countdown. He thought of Camille's sleeping form, turned away from him, the empty pill bottle by the sink. He thought of the endless, polite hell of his future. You're serious, Jordan Ray said. It wasn't a question. Death is always serious, but it is also a fact. Like gravity, we can be its architects, or we can be its subjects. Umberto's smile returned, benign, almost gentle. Think of the silence afterward, Jordan Ray. The pure, clean silence. He did think of it. He thought of it for the remaining 87 miles. They did not speak. Again. They exchanged no details, no names, no promises. They simply sat in the charged quiet, the pact hanging in the air between them, more solid than the train itself. When the train slowed for his stop, Humberto merely handed him a plain white card. On it was a phone number, handwritten in a precise vertical script. No name. For the silence, Humberto murmured. Jordan Ray took the card. The paper felt hot. The following week was a study in surreal normality. He went to work. He reviewed the water treatment plant schematics. He ate dinner across from Camille, listening to the precise surgical way she cut her food. The silence in the house was no longer just empty. It was now a vessel waiting to be filled with a single catastrophic act. The card in his wallet burned like a coal. He called on a Thursday from a payphone outside a closed hardware store. The conversation lasted less than a minute. An address, a time, a method, a fall, Humberto said. The stairs in his home are steep, and he is proud. He refuses a rail, a tragedy waiting for a witness. Jordan Ray provided his own details with a numb tongue. Camille, her evening walk, the secluded path by the reservoir, her allergy medication that made her drowsy, disoriented. A misstep in the dark, he whispered, the words tasting of copper and bile. He drove north on a Saturday morning, the sky the color of lead. Connor's house was a stark, Victorian pile on the edge of a dying mill town, surrounded by skeletal elms. The old man answered the door, a tall, gaunt figure with eyes that were indeed like hammered steel. He looked at Jordan Ray, the stranger on his step, and there was no fear, only a cold assessment. You're not from the pharmacy, he stated. Your son sent me, Jordan Ray said, the lie smooth and heavy. Humberto, he asked me to check on you. A flicker of something, contempt, perhaps, crossed the old man's face. Did he? He turned, leaving the door open, an assumption of obedience. Well, come in then. Wipe your feet. The house was a museum of resentment. Every piece of furniture was dark, heavy, placed with rigid intent. The air smelled of lemon polish and mothballs, and something else, something sour and human. Connor led him to a study, his movements stiff but precise. The stairs rose from the central hallway, just as described, narrow, steep, with a polished oak runner worn thin in the center. They talked for 20 minutes. Connor talked, really. A monologue of disappointment in the town, in the government, in his son. A weak vessel, he said of Humberto, his voice like stone grinding on stone. He could never bear the weight of a real life. He prefers to skulk in the shadows, imagining slights, nursing fantasies. Jordan Ray listened, his engineering mind unconsciously tracing the stress points in the old man's narrative, in the very structure of the house. The top stair had a slight warp. The runner was loose just there. It would be so easy. A startled shout. A feigned attempt to catch him that instead became a guiding push. The physics were impeccable. He excused himself to use the washroom. He stood at the sink, cold water running over his wrists, watching his face in the mirror. This was the load-bearing point. This was the moment where the structure of his soul would either hold or catastrophically fail. He saw the man who reviewed schematics, who paid his taxes, who tolerated his wife. He saw a ghost. When he returned, Connor was at the foot of the stairs, one hand on the newel post, looking up. I go up for my nap at 2, he said, not turning. Like clockwork. A man needs his rituals. Jordan Ray moved to stand beside him. He could smell the starch of the old man's shirt, the faint, medicinal scent of his breath. His heart was a frantic bird in a cage of bone. He thought of the silence Humberto had promised. The clean, empty silence. He took a breath. Let me help you up, sir. Those stairs are treacherous. Connor turned his head, those steel eyes drilling into him. For a terrifying instant, Jordan Ray thought he knew, that he saw the whole monstrous equation laid out in his face. Then the old man's expression softened, not into warmth, but into a kind of weary acceptance. Very well. Jordan Ray took his elbow. The arm was thin, the bone fragile under the wool sleeve. They began the ascent, one slow step at a time. The house creaked around them. On the seventh step, Connor stumbled. It was a tiny catch, a momentary loss of rhythm. Jordan Ray's grip tightened instinctively, his other hand flying to the old man's back. To steady, to save. He did not push. He helped Connor to the top, his own body trembling with the adrenaline of the choice not made. The old man grunted his thanks and shuffled down the hallway without a backward glance. Jordan Ray stood at the summit of the stairs, looking down at the hard, polished wood below. He had come to the edge of the abyss, and had not jumped. He felt a dizzying, nauseating relief. He drove home in a blur. He had failed. He had broken the pact. He would have to call Humberto, explain. He would face Camille, and the rest of his life, with the knowledge that he was, at his core, a coward. It was a bitter truth, but it was his. 3 days later, Camille did not return from her walk. Her body was found at the bottom of the rocky incline below the reservoir path. Her neck broken, an empty vial of antihistamines clutched in her hand. The police called it a tragic accident, a drowsy misstep in the gathering dark. The investigation was swift, respectful. Jordan Ray played the stunned, grieving husband perfectly. He was, after all, in a state of profound shock. Humberto had done it. He had held up his end of the bargain, despite Jordan Ray's failure. The silence in the house was now absolute. It was not clean. It was suffocating. It was filled with the ghost of Camille's perfume and the echoing, unanswerable question. Why had Humberto done it? The call came a week after the funeral. The equation is balanced. Humberto's voice was serene, almost cheerful. My father passed away last night. A terrible fall, down those very stairs. The police believe he became dizzy, perhaps following his stroke. Stroke? Jordan Ray croaked. A mild one. The day after your visit. He never quite recovered his coordination. A true tragedy. Jordan Ray saw it then with a clarity that froze his blood. He hadn't pushed Connor. But his visit, his presence, the very suggestion of assistance, the old man's pride, his ritual, the stumble on the stairs that Jordan Ray had witnessed. Humberto hadn't needed him to be a murderer. He had only needed him to be a witness. A psychological trigger, the final straw of perceived weakness that sent a proud, hateful old man into a rage of carelessness. Or perhaps Humberto had been there, hiding, watching, ensuring the outcome. It didn't matter. He was complicit. The blood was on his hands, not by push, but by pull. We're bound now, Jordan Ray, Humberto whispered through the phone. By a secret, by a silence. It is a stronger bond than any contract. And so the nightmare deepened. Humberto was no longer a stranger on a train. He was a curator of Jordan Ray's guilt. He began to appear, a figure across the street in the rain, a customer in a cafe 2 tables over, a silhouette in the parking garage at dusk. Never approaching, just present. A reminder. The police, led by a dogged, quiet detective named Irons, began to circle. Camille's life insurance policy was substantial. Jordan Ray's alibi was thin. The questions grew more pointed, their tone shifting from condolence to suspicion. Paranoia became his new atmosphere. He saw Humberto's pale eyes in every reflective surface. He heard the whisper of the pact in the rustle of leaves. He began to document everything, Dates, times, the fleeting glimpses of his tormentor. It was a ritual, a monotonous, desperate liturgy of self-preservation. He ate the same meal every night. He took the same route to work. He repeated his story to himself, like a prayer, polishing its details until they shone with a false, brittle truth. And then, like a miracle, a crack of light appeared. Her name was Autumn. She worked at the city archives, a historian with a calm smile and eyes that held no ghosts. They met over a request for old blueprints. She was warm, solid, unimpressed by his professional veneer and perceptive of the sadness beneath it. With her, the silence was not empty. It was peaceful. She represented a future, a path out of the labyrinth of his own making. He clung to her, a drowning man to a raft. Humberto saw it. Of course he did. The first note appeared on Jordan Ray's car windshield, typed on the same heavy cardstock. New growth is so fragile. It can be so easily plucked. The threat was clear, elegant in its cruelty. The pact was not just about the past. It was a chain on his future. Humberto would not allow him to move on, to find peace. He was to be a permanent resident of the hell they had built together. Jordan Ray finally understood the full perversion of the deal. It was never an exchange of murders. It was an exchange of souls. Humberto had taken his, and now he held it in a cold, possessive grip. Detective Irons called him in again. The room was small, airless. "We've been looking into your wife's affairs, Mr. Ayers, her pharmacy records. She'd switched to a non-drowsy formula 6 months before she died. The vial found at the scene, it was an old prescription, out of date." Irons placed his hands flat on the table. "Why would she have taken those pills, Jordan Ray?" The walls were closing in. The meticulous, monotonous rhythm of the investigation was a drumbeat toward a cell. He had to act. He had to end it. He lured Humberto with the only currency he had left, a confession. He claimed he wanted to formalize their secret, to meet one final time, to ensure their stories were perfectly aligned against Irons' pressure. He chose the place, the abandoned rail yard on the city's edge, a cathedral of rust and shadows, not far from where their train had first passed. The night was cold, the air sharp with the scent of oxidized metal and wet cinders. Humberto emerged from between two silent boxcars, a smile on his face. He looked thrilled. "The final act," he said, spreading his hands. "I knew you'd come to appreciate the beauty of our arrangement." "There's no beauty," Jordan Ray said, his voice hollow in the vast space. "There's only a sickness. You killed my wife. You killed your father. You've left me with the guilt for both." "We killed them," Humberto corrected gently. "The equation. I simply followed through on my variable." You hesitated, but the result was the same. Our obstacles are gone. The path is clear. I see, clear. The path leads to you, to this. There's no future as long as you're in it. Humberto's pale eyes gleamed. "Now you understand the true pact. It's not about death. It's about company. In the silence, I was so very lonely, Jordan Ray. And now, so are you. We are perfect companions." In that moment, Jordan Ray saw the profound, pathetic truth of the man. This was not a master criminal. This was a shattered boy, forever seeking a partner in his father's cold, locked world. The murder swap was merely the most grotesque invitation he could devise. Jordan Ray reached into his coat pocket. He saw Humberto tense, a flicker of fear finally touching those serene eyes. But he didn't pull out a weapon. He pulled out a small black digital recorder. He pressed a button. Detective Irons' voice, tinny but clear, filled the space between them. The pharmacy records, he'd switched to a non-drowsy formula. Humberto's face went slack with confusion, then hardened into understanding. "You're wired." "The whole conversation," Jordan Ray said. "Your confession. It's being streamed to a server. Irons is listening right now." It was a bluff. A desperate, final gamble. The recorder was just a recorder, but the look of utter betrayal that contorted Humberto's face was real. The elegant construct of his game, the bond he cherished, was being exposed, turned into evidence. The silence was being filled with the static of the law. With a sound that was part sob, part snarl, Humberto lunged at him. They fell together onto the gravel, a tangle of desperation. Jordan Ray felt Humberto's hands clawing for the recorder, for his throat. He smelled his breath, sour with panic. He fought back with the strength of a man who had already lost everything. They rolled, crashing against the cold steel wheel of a boxcar. There was a sharp, sickening crack, a vibration that traveled through the metal into Jordan Ray's bones. Humberto went limp. Jordan Ray pushed himself away, gasping. Humberto lay still, his head at an unnatural angle against the great immovable wheel, his pale eyes open and reflecting the distant hazy glow of the city lights. The manipulator, the architect of the pact, was now just another piece of debris in the yard. The police arrived, summoned by the real call Jordan Ray had made before coming. Irons took in the scene, the recorder, the body. The story Jordan Ray told was a masterpiece of selective truth. Blackmail, threats against Autumn, a meeting to reason, a struggle, a tragic accident. The physical evidence supported it. His months of documented paranoia, the notes, his credible fear. It painted a picture of a victim fighting back against a psychotic blackmailer. The unresolved questions about Camille's death began, slowly, to attach themselves to the dead man. He was not charged. The world, in its weary way, moved on. Autumn stood by him. In her embrace, he almost believed he could forget the feel of damp leather, the whisper of a train, the cold calculus of that first fatal idea. They moved to a new city. He got a new job. The silence in his new life was of a different quality, softer, filled with the mundane sounds of a shared existence. He married Autumn in a small ceremony. He told himself the past was buried, but on certain nights, when the rain patters against the windows with a sound like distant, speeding wheels, he rises. He goes to the study in their quiet house and opens a locked drawer. Inside is a single item, the old, damp-feeling leather briefcase. He does not open it. He simply rests his fingers on its cold, smooth surface. Inside are no schematics. Inside is the white card with the vertical script. Inside is the ghost of a man with pale eyes, and the ghost of the man he himself became. He knows, with a certainty that is the deepest part of him now, that Humberto was right about one thing. They are bound. The pact was never broken, only fulfilled in a way neither had foreseen. He did not just exchange a murder. He exchanged his old life for a new one, his old self for this current model. A man who carries a perfect, invisible scar. Detective Irons retired. The case files for Camille Ayers and Humberto Vance were eventually moved to a long-term storage facility. They sit in identical gray boxes on a metal shelf, separated by a dozen other tragedies. The paperwork is complete, the conclusions drawn. Accident, self-defense, case closed. But if you were to open them, in the quiet of that concrete room, you might feel a draft, a slight chill that the climate control cannot explain. You might notice a small, unresolved notation in the margin of Irons' final report on Ayers, a question mark that he never quite managed to erase. And if you listened very closely, past the hum of the fluorescent lights, you might hear it, not the sound of a train, but the echo of its absence. a vast and perfect silence where the full truth used to be. It lingers there, in the space between the files, in the gap between one man's story and another's, slowly fading, pixel by pixel, into the comfortable, unquestionable dark. The new house, a modern split level with wide, gently sloping ramps where stairs might have been, was Autumn's idea. She'd said it was for her mother, who used a walker. But Jordan Ray had seen the flicker of concern in her eyes when hesitated at a friend's steep staircase. She knew a fear when she saw one, even if she misunderstood its origin. He'd agreed, grateful for the excuse. Their daughter, Lily, was born 2 years after the move. She had Autumn's smile, but sometimes, in a certain gray light, her eyes held a distant metallic cast that would stop his breath. He would blink, and it would be gone, replaced by infant curiosity. He was a devoted father, overly cautious, mapping every potential hazard in their home with an engineer's obsessive eye. Autumn called it sweet anxiety. He knew it was penance. The briefcase remained in the drawer, a dormant relic. For years, he managed its presence, a tumor he had learned to live with. Then, on Lily's 5th birthday, during a chaotic party, he went to fetch more paper towels from the garage storage. Pushing past a box of old baby clothes, his hand brushed against something familiar. Cold, smooth leather. He froze. He had not brought it here. He had left it in the old study, in the old city, or so he had believed. He stood in the dim garage, the sound of children's laughter muffled through the door, and felt the walls of his carefully constructed life grow thin. That night, after everyone slept, he took it out. Not just the briefcase, but the single card within. He held it under the kitchen light. The vertical script was unchanged. But now, for the first time, he noticed the paper itself. It was a heavy, watermarked stock, and in the bottom right corner, almost invisible, was a tiny embossed logo. A stylized tree inside a circle. A publisher's mark. .au. A press. The discovery was a small, sharp hook in his mind. It was a real object, with a provenance. For 7 years, Humberto had been a phantom, a concept of evil. This logo made him a man who bought stationery. The silence began to hum with a new, investigative frequency. He started slowly, during lunch breaks, using the anonyming browsers at the public library. The logo was elusive. It took him months to identify it. The crest of a small, now-defunct private press called the Asphodea Press, which had operated out of New Haven in the 1980s. It specialized in limited-run, artistic volumes, decadent poetry, manifestos. A search of archived business records yielded a list of principals. One name made the air leave his lungs: Professor Alistair Vance. Humberto's father was not named Connor. Connor was a middle name, or perhaps an alias Humberto used. His father was Alistair Vance, a professor of moral philosophy at a small, rigorous college. A man known, according to digitized student newsletters, for his withering critiques and his belief in the cleansing fire of consequence. He had died, as reported in an alumni bulletin, from complications after a fall at home. The article included a bland, formal portrait. It was the same gaunt, steel-eyed man from the Victorian pile. The hammered gaze was unmistakable. Jordan Ray felt unmoored. The fiction of Connor had been a layer of protection for both of them. By giving the father a false name, Humberto had ensured Jordan Ray's visit was untraceable, a ghost story. But it also meant Humberto had begun the game before they even met. He had handed Jordan Ray a character, not a person. The entire tragedy was a play he had written, and Jordan Ray had walked onto the stage without a script. He knew he should stop. He had a life, a family, a peace that was hard-won. But the logo was a thread, and he had begun to pull. He found an online forum for rare book collectors. Under a pseudonym, he inquired about Asphodel Press ephemera. A user in the UK responded. They had a nearly complete archive, purchased from the estate of a former collaborator. Yes, they had some personal correspondence of Alistair Vance. It was mostly academic, but there were a few letters to his son, away at boarding school. With a trembling hand, Jordan Ray wired a stupid amount of money for scanned copies. When the files arrived, he waited until Autumn took Lily to the zoo. He sat at his clean, modern desk and opened the first letter. The prose was dense, cruel, and brilliant. Professor Vance dissected his son's mediocre grades, his feminine sensitivity, his pathetic need for attachment. The letters were not just criticisms. They were systematic dismantlings. The final letter in the batch, dated a month before the professor's death, contained a passage that Jordan Ray read 3 times, his blood turning to ice. You speak of loneliness as a burden, Humberto. This is your fundamental error. Loneliness is the only honest state. All connection is a transaction of mutual weakness. You wish to prove you are not like me. You cannot. You are my creation. Your every thought is an echo of my own. If you wish to break the chain, you must perform an act of such pure, willful creation that it exists outside of my imagination. I tell you this not as a challenge, but as a fact. You are incapable of it. Jordan Ray understood everything then. The pact on the train was not born of Humberto's loneliness. It was his final, desperate assignment for his father. An attempt to create a bond so unique, so monstrously perfect, that it would finally stand as his own work, outside the professor's imagination. He hadn't sought a companion in Jordan Ray. He had sought a co-author. And when Jordan Ray failed to push, he had completed the narrative himself, making Jordan Ray an unwitting character in his plot. The ultimate proof that he, Humberto, was in control. He closed the files. The ghost was now a full person, more tragic and more terrifying than the phantom had been. The knowledge was a weight heavier than guilt. Guilt could be carried. Understanding was a cage. A week later, a padded envelope arrived at his office, with no return address. Inside was a small, leather-bound book from the Asphodel Press. Its title, embossed in gold, Dialogues of the Damned. It was a collection of philosophical parables. A bookmark of black silk ribbon lay between the pages. He opened it. The parable was about 2 men on a cliff. Each holds the rope that secures the other over the edge. They debate whether to climb to safety or to let each other fall. The story ended not with a resolution, but with the line. And so they remained, suspended in perfect equilibrium, which is another word for hell. On the blank flyleaf, in fresh vertical script that was not Humberto's but felt like its echo, was written. Some publications are harder to find than others, but stories like souls have a way of circulating. A new edition is always possible. A fellow reader? He dropped a book. It wasn't Humberto. It couldn't be. This was someone else. A collector? A disciple? Professor Vance had students. Humberto had... who? The pact had not been a closed circuit. It had sent out a signal, and now, years later, something was signaling back. That evening, he watched Autumn reading to Lily on the soft, ramp-accessible living room floor. Their faces were bathed in warm lamplight, a scene of perfect safety. He felt a love for them so acute it was pain, and he saw, with chilling clarity, that he had not escaped. He had only been living in the eye of the storm. The silence was not his to keep. It belonged to the story, and the story was not over. It was simply waiting for its next reader. He walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and looked out at the darkening street. He did not see a figure there. He didn't need to. The figure was already in the house, sitting quietly in the locked drawer, and now walking around in his own mind. He took a sip, the water tasteless, and prepared to wait. The next morning, he burned the book in the backyard grill, the leather curled and blackened, the gold tide bubbling away. He stirred the ashes until they were a fine gray powder. Autumn came out, tying her robe. "What are you doing?" "It's freezing." "Just some old papers," he said, his voice steady. "Clearing out the past." She smiled, trusting, and went inside. He watched the last wisp of smoke rise and vanish into the pale sky. The physical object was gone. The message was not. It was inside him now, a seed of dread taking root. He began to see patterns where there might be none. A wrong number call that hung up. A gray sedan parked a little too long on their street. A flyer for a rare book fair left on his windshield. He knew he was slipping into the paranoia that had once been a performance for Irons. Now it was a private, grinding reality. He checked the locks 3 times each night. He installed security cameras, telling Autumn it was for Lily's safety. The feeds became his secret ritual, his midnight scripture. He returned to the Collectors Forum, his pseudonym now a desperate mask. He privately messaged the UK seller. The book arrived. Who else was interested in the Vance correspondence? The reply was days later. You were the only one to inquire specifically, but the archive was purchased years ago from a liquidator. The prior owner was another of Vance's students, a reclusive man. He died, a decade back. His estate was scattered. I bought the lot from a charity shop, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Jordan Ray typed, fingers cold. "Do you have a name?" The student? The seller was reluctant, citing privacy. More money changed hands. A name appeared on his screen, Felix Greer. The search for Felix Greer was a plunge into deeper, murkier water. There's no digital footprint, no social trace. Only a single, oblique reference in a scanned college yearbook from 1991. The Philosophy Club. Group photo. A young, sharp-faced Alistair Vance stood at the back, looking displeased. In the front row, a pale young man with intense dark eyes was listed as F. Greer. Jordan Ray zoomed in. The eyes seemed to look directly through the decades, holding a secret. He spent nights cross-referencing, chasing ghosts through property records, old phone directories. He found a Felix Greer, who had owned a small off-grid property in the woods of northern Maine. The taxes had stopped being paid years ago. The place was presumed abandoned. The pull was gravitational. He told Autumn he had a 3-day engineering conference in Boston. He booked a flight to Portland, then rented a car for the long drive north. The landscape grew harsh, trees skeletal against a granite sky. The GPS failed him 10 miles from the coordinates. He used a paper map, his hands trembling not from cold, but from a terrible escalating certainty that he was being led. The cabin was a squat, weathered thing, half hidden by pines. It was not abandoned. Smoke, thin and gray, trickled from the chimney. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open. The single room was neat, spare, dominated by a large oak desk. The walls were lined with books, many bearing the asphodel pressed tree encircle. At the desk, facing away from the door, sat a man in a wheelchair. "You found the place," the man said, his voice dry as fallen leaves. He turned the chair slowly. It was the man from the yearbook, aged by 30 years. His sharp face lined, his dark eyes still burning with a fierce, intellectual light. "I wondered if the book would bring you. It was a test." "Felix Greer," Jordan Ray said, his voice barely a whisper. "A student of the great Alistair Vance," Greer nodded, "and a friend of a sort to his son. Humberto was a fascinating study. the broken vessel trying to hold his father's terrible wine. He wrote to me, after. He was so proud of his equation. He called it his masterpiece. He said he'd found the perfect variable. Jordan Ray stepped inside, the door swinging shut behind him. Why contact me now? Because the work is unfinished, Greer said simply. Humberto's was a crude emotional draft. My teacher's work was purer, a philosophy of absolute consequence. Humberto tried to live it, but he got tangled in his own feelings. He wanted a friend. Greer spat the word. Sentimentality. The final flaw. What do you want? To see the experiment through, Greer said, his gaze unblinking. To observe what becomes of a man who has lived within the theorem. Humberto gave you the problem. I am here to document the solution. Your life, Jordan Ray, is the only remaining text. Your actions, your choices from here. They are the final, clarifying chapter. Jordan Ray felt a profound exhaustion. He was not being threatened. He was being curated. There is no chapter. I'm going home. To my family. Are you? Greer smiled, a thin crack in his face. You are here. You followed the thread. The story is still writing you. That is the consequence. You can no more leave it than a character can leave a book. You are in the silence between the lines. And I, he said, wheeling closer. I am the reader. Main. I'm the sharer. Outside, the wind moaned through the pines. Jordan Ray looked at this man, another ghost from Vance's cold machine. He had come for answers, and found only a deeper, more refined version of the madness. He turned and left, walking back to his rental car. He did not look back. He drove straight to the airport, abandoned the car, and took the first flight home. He hugged Autumn and Lily so tightly they complained. He vowed to himself, with a ferocity that shook him, to stop, to be present, to let the story end. For a month, he succeeded. Then, on a Tuesday, a package came. No postage, left on the porch. Inside was a single sheet of asphodel press paper. On it, in that now familiar vertical script, was a single line. The reader has closed the book, but the library is vast. FG. It was not a threat. It was a release. And in its own way, that was the most terrifying thing of all. It meant the story had been deemed complete. It was a filed volume. The silence that followed was the silence of the archive. It was absolute. It was endless. And it was his. Story 5 shekinah. The first thing she felt was the weight of eyes. It was not a sound, not a movement in the periphery, but a pressure, a cold finger drawn down the length of her spine. Esperanza stood in the center of the motel room, the key still in her hand, her breath held somewhere high in her chest. The air was stale, tasting of old cigarettes and the ghost of cheap pine cleaner. The orange glow of the vacancy sign bled through the thin curtains, striping the worn carpet and the quilted bedspread with the color of a dying ember. She turned slowly, her heart a frantic bird against her ribs. The closet door was ajar, a slice of deeper black. The bathroom door was shut. Nothing moved. But the feeling persisted, a slick, intimate certainty that she was not alone in the room, that her arrival had been noted, that her fear was a scent she was giving off into the still air. She forced herself to breathe, to unclench her jaw. It was just the run, she told herself. The constant run. The bag of stolen cash in the trunk of her car. A dull, heavy secret under the spare tire. It made everything a threat, every shadow a pursuer. This place, the Sea Breeze Motel, a concrete L-shaped bleached bone white by a relentless sun, stranded between the desert and a 2-lane highway that went nowhere, was just a stop, a place to sleep unseen. The feeling was just the price of freedom. The man at the front desk had not inspired fear. He had seemed, if anything, less substantial than the dust motes dancing in the lobby's sunbeam. Giancarlo Dot. He'd whispered his name as if it were a confession, his eyes never quite meeting hers, skittering over her shoulder to the empty parking lot. His hands were pale, delicate, moving with a fussy precision as he slid the key across the counter. The lobby smelled of lemon polish and something else, something sweet and cloying like overripe fruit left in a bowl. He asked for no ID, paid no mind to the California plates on her old Corolla. He simply took the cash, his fingers brushing hers with a dry, papery touch, and murmured that checkout was at 11, though he said it like a question, like he was unsure of his own rules. He seemed a man folded into himself, a creature of quiet corners. He did not seem like eyes in the dark. But that night, the feeling returned. Esperanza lay rigid in the dark, the sheets coarse against her skin. The desert wind was a low, mournful whistle through a gap in the window frame, and beneath it, a softer sound, a scrape, a sigh that was not the wind. It came from the wall behind the headboard, a furtive, intimate sound, like something shifting its weight. She told herself it was pipes, or the settling of an old building baking in the day's heat and contracting in the cool night. She pressed her ear to the wallpaper, a textured pattern of faded roses. She heard nothing but the thrum of her own blood. Yet the sensation of a presence, a silent attention focused on her through the plaster and lathe, was so acute it felt like a physical touch. She slept fitfully, dreaming of walls that breathed. In the morning, the desert sun was a brutal, clarifying thing. The fear of the night seemed foolish. She bought a stale donut and bitter coffee from the machine in the lobby. Giancarlo was there, dusting a framed print of a schooner on a tranquil sea. He jumped when she entered, a small, startled motion. "Sleep well?" he asked, his voice a reedy thread of sound. "Fine," she lied. "Quiet?" "Yes," he said, nodding too quickly. "It's always quiet. Mother prefers it that way." Esperanza glanced around the empty lobby. "Your mother runs the place." "Sure. Overseas." He said the word carefully, as if it were a fragile object. "She's resting. The light hurts her eyes." He turned back to his dusting, his movements becoming rhythmic, obsessive, tracing the same spot on the glass over and over. The conversation was clearly over. As Esperanza left, the sweet rotten smell was stronger near the door, that presumably led to a private apartment behind the desk. It made her think of forgotten flowers in a sealed room. She spent the day in her car, driving 20 miles to a town large enough for a Walmart, buying jeans, t-shirts, a prepaid phone. She felt the bag of money in the trunk like a second heartbeat. She thought of her sister, Chantel, who would have gotten a note by now. The vague, reassuring lines about needing space, about a fresh start. She thought of Hank, her fiancé, his solid, confused face. Good, dependable Hank who believed in savings accounts and 5-year plans, not duffel bags full of stolen cash. They were worlds away. Here, there was only the flat, scrubby expanse, the razor line of the horizon, and the Sea Breeze Motel waiting for her return like a pale, patient predator. On the third night, the sounds grew bolder. Not just sighs, but a faint, rhythmic capping. A code. A finger on a pipe. Esperanza, fueled by a sudden, reckless anger born of fear, slapped her own palm against the wall. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was profound, a held breath. Then, from somewhere else, not the wall, but perhaps the vent, came a low, wet chuckle. It was not Giancarlo's voice. It was something older, drier, full of a terrible amusement. She fled the room, not to her car, but around the back of the motel, into the narrow strip of cracked earth and struggling weeds that separated the building from the endless desert. The moon was a cold coin, and there, in the silver light, she saw them. Dozens of them. Small, uneven mounds in the earth, arranged in no discernible pattern. Not rocks. The soil looked disturbed, recently turned. And at the base of the wall, beneath her own window, something pale caught the light. She knelt, her fingers brushing not a stone, but a fragment of porcelain, a tiny painted rose. It matched the wallpaper in her room. A chill that had nothing to do with the desert night seized her. She looked up at the wall. A hairline crack ran from the foundation up to her window sill. As she stared, a shadow passed across the thin light, leaking from around her curtain. It was not the shape of a man. It was a stooped, distorted silhouette, with a wild corona of hair. It paused, as if feeling her gaze, and then was gone. She knew then, with a certainty that emptied her lungs, that she had not chosen a hiding place. She had chosen a lair. And the things in the earth behind the motel were not rocks. They were answers. She had to leave. Now. Back in the room, she threw her few things into her bag. Tapping started again, insistent, frantic. She ignored it, zipping the bag with violent finality. She would get in the car and drive. She would not look back. She opened the door to the parking lot. Giancarlo stood there, not 2 feet away, as if he had been waiting, listening. The moon lit his face into a mask of tragic placidity. In his hands he held not a weapon, but a tray. On it sat a teapot under a cozy, a single cup, a small bowl of sugar. "Mother thought you might be restless," he said, his voice a monotone. "She asked me to bring you some chamomile. It helps with sleep." The sweet, cloying smell from the lobby wafted from the tray. Up close, it was unmistakably the scent of decay, of perfume trying and failing to mask something rotten. Esperanza looked from his empty eyes to the steaming pot. She saw her own fate in that cup, in his patient, waiting stance. He was not blocking her way, but his presence was a wall. "Thank your mother for me," Esperanza heard herself say, her voice surprisingly steady. "I was just on my way out." "It's late," Giancarlo said, not moving. "The desert at night. It's easy to get lost. The roads aren't safe." He took a small step forward, an invitation back into the room. The light from behind her spilled out, catching the edge of the tray, making the porcelain gleam like a bone. Esperanza smiled, a tight, fierce stretching of her lips. "I have a good sense of direction." She took a step forward, forcing him to step back or be touched. He stepped back, a flutter of confusion in his blank face. She walked past him, towards her car, feeling his gaze and the gaze from the window. Mother's gaze, burning into her back. She did not run until she heard the soft click of her motel room door, closing behind her, as Giancarlo went in to retrieve his untouched offering. She drove for an hour, the desert a black void, her headlights carving a frail tunnel in the endless night. She saw no other cars. The fear began to recede, replaced by a giddy, trembling relief. She had gotten out. She was free. When the engine coughed, sputtered, and died, she assumed it was the old car. Finally giving up, she coasted to the shoulder, the silence absolute. When she tried the ignition, it turned over with a dead click. The gas gauge, she saw with a sinking heart, still read half full. She remembered Giancarlo fussing in the lobby, her car parked just outside. He had time. He had all the time in the world. The knock on the driver's side window was polite, almost diffident. It was not Giancarlo. It was a woman. Her face was a landscape of powdered wrinkles, her hair a vibrant, improbable auburn bouffant. She wore a floral housecoat. She smiled, and her eyes were like chips of flint in the moonlight. "Trouble, dear." Diana's voice was a dry rustle, the sound of a rattlesnake moving through dead leaves. "My son mentioned you might have car trouble. We're the only help for miles." Esperanza's scream was soundless, trapped in the sealed vault of her chest. She looked past Diana and saw the headlights of the old pickup truck parked behind her. Giancarlo, a dim shape behind the wheel, his face a pale moon of obedience. She fumbled for the door lock, her fingers slick with panic. Diana's smile never wavered. She held up a key, the motel room key, with its green plastic fob. "You forgot this, Esperanza. We keep what's ours." The last thing Esperanza saw was the woman's hand, surprisingly strong, as it opened the car door from the outside. The investigation began weeks later, a slow, reluctant thing. Chantal, Esperanza's sister, had a different kind of fear, a cold, persistent dread that no note could explain. Hank, the fiancé, wanted to believe in the fresh start, but the silence was too complete. They pooled their money and hired Channing, a private detective from Phoenix who had seen the polished lies of the city and preferred the raw, open wounds of the desert. His investigation was a thread that snagged on the Sea Breeze Motel. Giancarlo was politely baffled. Yes, a young woman matching Esperanza's description had stayed. She paid cash. She left in the night. He had found the room empty, the bed made with a fastidious neatness. He showed Channing the register, a single entry in his meticulous script. He was a sad, harmless man, dominated by the vague presence of his ailing mother, whom he protected with a fragile ferocity. Channing felt the eyes on him, not Giancarlo's, but from behind the closed door of the private apartment. He smelled the sweet, sickly odor. He saw the way Giancarlo's hands trembled when he mentioned his mother's need for quiet. It was Hank, poking around the back of the motel while Giancarlo was distracted by Channing's questions, who found the first bone. Not in the mounds, those were just disturbed earth, but farther out, where the desert had begun to reclaim it. A human finger bone, small and clean. The police arrived, their boredom evaporating under the harsh sun. They found more. Fragments. A skull, cracked like a teacup. The motel was a cemetery, and in the apartment behind the lobby, they found Diana. She sat in a high-backed chair in a room sealed against the day, the air thick with the smell of decay and lavender sachets. She was not ill. She was embalmed in her own obsession, dressed in a gown from another decade, her hair perfectly coiffed. She had been dead for perhaps 2 years. Preserved, tended to, talked to. The source of the orders, the whispers through the walls. The maternal presence that demanded obedience. Giancarlo had been keeping her, and for her, he had been keeping others. Girls who were restless, who were alone, who had no one to come looking. Girls who could join Mother in silent, eternal company. They found Giancarlo in room 7, Esperanza's room. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, stroking the rose-patterned wallpaper. He offered no resistance. He only whispered, "She gets lonely. She likes to have friends." She liked Esperanza. She said she was too loud at first, but then she grew quiet. They always grow quiet. Nah, we're young. Of Esperanza, and Channing the detective who had come asking one too many questions and never left the motel parking lot. There was no immediate sign. They were simply absorbed. New additions to the garden out back, their stories muted, their bones waiting for an indifferent sun to bleach them clean. An unseen voice concludes the story, recounting the investigation or crime as if it had silently observed every detail. The desert does not care for secrets. It is too vast, too old. It simply accepts what is offered. The wind scours the sign until the letters bleed and fade. Sea Breeze Motel becomes a ghost of itself, a pale stain against the dust. The windows go dark, forever. The police tape shreds and flies away, a yellow flag of transient concern swallowed by the endless beige. But if you stop on that lonely stretch of highway when the sun is a bloody pupil on the horizon and the shadows are long and deep, you might feel it. A pressure, a sense of eyes from the blank windows. You might hear beneath the whine of the wind, a faint, rhythmic tapping from within the walls. Not a plea for help. An invitation. A mother's call. And in the gathering dusk, the mounds out back seemed to shift and settle, making room. They are always making room. The desert keeps what is given. The motel remembers. And the tea, grown cold, in a pot somewhere in the sealed, dark room, waits for the next guest who seeks a quiet place to disappear. The story is not over. It is simply waiting for the next chapter to arrive. Alone, with a tired engine and a heart full of secrets, looking for a place to hide. The silence after the official investigation was the loudest thing. The news vans packed up and left, chasing fresher horrors. The county, with a bureaucratic shudder, boarded up the windows and doors of the Seabreeze Motel. A chain was strung across the entrance, a heavy padlock hanging like an afterthought. It was a gesture, a spell against the dark. Everyone knew it was meaningless. Giancarlo, in a facility where the walls were soft and the lights never went out, spoke to his mother constantly. He described the patterns in the ceiling tiles, the texture of his oatmeal, her favorite. The orderlies nodded and adjusted his medication. He was a sad, solved thing. The world moved on, but the desert did not move on. It settled. The wind piled fine, sifted sand against the boarded-up door of room 7. It whispered through the gaps in the wood, stirring the dust inside. In that stillness, other things stirred. A year to the day after the chain was placed, a man in a silver sedan pulled into the cracked asphalt lot. He killed the engine and sat for a long time, looking at the boarded-up lobby. Leo was his name. He was a writer, or wanted to be, chasing the ghost of a true crime podcast that had briefly flickered across the national consciousness before being forgotten. He thought there was a book here, an exploration of loneliness, of the American roadside, of the monster not as a beast, but as a sad man in a cardigan. He saw a setting, not a presence. He got out, his camera hanging around his neck. The padlock on the front chain was rusted but secure. He walked around back, his shoes crunching on gravel and dead weeds. The mounds were still there, though sunken now, blurred by time and weather. He felt a chill, but attributed it to the stark beauty of the desolation. He raised his camera, framing the back of the motel with its blind, boarded eyes. Through the viewfinder, he saw it. In a second-floor window, a board was loose. Not fallen, but angled, as if pushed from within. And behind the slat of darkness, there was a deeper shadow. A shape. It was there for only a second, then gone. Leo lowered the camera, his heart skipping. An animal, he reasoned. A bird. A trick of the light. He decided to come back at night, for atmosphere. He drove to the nearest town, a 30-minute journey, and waited in a diner until the sun bled out. When he returned, the moon was high. The motel was a slab of blackness. He used a small flashlight, its beam feeling frail and impolite. He went straight to the back, to the loose board. He aimed the light. Something was different. On the ground below the window, scattered on the dirt, were fragments of painted porcelain. Tiny roses. They had not been there that afternoon. As he stared, a sound began. Not from the window, but from all around him. A soft, skittering whisper from the mounds. Like sand sliding, or like very dry, very small hands clapping. He backed away, his professional curiosity now a solid cold fear in his gut. He turned to run back to his car, and his flashlight beam swept across the wall beside the rear stairwell. There, scratched into the brittle stucco, was fresh graffiti. It was not a tag. It was a word, carved with something sharp and desperate. Quiet. The voice, when it came, did not come from the motel. It came from right beside his ear, a dry, papery exhalation that carried the faint, sweet scent of rotten flowers. It was a woman's voice, layered with dust. "He's not here to see you," it whispered. "He's busy. Mother has a new guest. She's always so restless at first. Leo ran that key. He did not stop until he was in his car. The doors locked, the engine screaming as he sped onto the highway. He did not write the book. He told the story once, to a bartender in another state, who nodded and said the desert could do strange things to a man's head. Back at the sea breeze, the silence returned. But it was a different silence now. It was a waiting silence. A practiced silence. In the sealed apartment, a teacup sat on a tray, empty. The chair where Diana had sat was now occupied by a different shape. A silent, learning figure. And in the walls, the tapping had a new rhythm. It was less frantic. It was patient. It was teaching. The chain on the front gate, someone noted a week later, was broken. Not cut, but broken. The links stretched and snapped as if by immense gradual pressure. The boards over the lobby door were slightly ajar. The motel was no longer closed. It was simply waiting with infinite patience for the next lonely soul to misinterpret its vacancy. The sign was gone, but the invitation remained. It is always there on that stretch of road, a quiet offer in the vast, uncaring dark. The story was never over. It was just practicing its silence, getting better at holding still. Leo's silver sedan was the last car to ever park in that lot. The desert reclaimed the asphalt, splitting it with finger-like cracks where stubborn weeds took root. The chain and the broken padlock were eventually swallowed by the sand at the doorstep. The motel stood as it was meant to stand, empty, yet full. Inside, the silence was a living thing. It thickened in the halls. It settled in the rooms. And in that silence, the sounds were not gone, but refined. The tapping in the walls became melodic, a faint, discordant lullaby that echoed the rhythm of a slow, patient heart. The sighs were now synchronized, a chorus of released breath that whispered through the vents at precisely 3 a.m. The motel had learned from its guests. It had absorbed their fears, their loneliness, their final, quiet moments. It had become an archive of hush. Years blurred. The name Esperanza was now a footnote in a forgotten article, a name on a missing persons database that no one queried. Hank married someone else, a woman who laughed loudly and filled rooms with life. Chantal moved away, the cold dread finally warming into a dull, accepted ache. Giancarlo passed in his soft-walled facility, whispering to his mother that he was coming home. He was buried in a potter's field. His body was interred, but his devotion was not. It had already seeped into the foundations of the sea breeze, a permanent part of its wiring. One evening, a dust storm rose, a rolling ochre wall that swallowed the highway. A young man named Mateo, driving a battered U-Haul truck containing everything he owned, pulled over, blinded. He wasn't looking for the motel. He was simply trying not to die. The storm abated as suddenly as it began, leaving the world scoured and strange. His truck was in the ditch, tires spinning in deep sand. He saw the building then, a low shape in the twilight. No sign, just a dark outline against the purple sky. It looked like shelter. He approached on foot, the air eerily still. The front door was not just ajar. It was open, inviting. The lobby was dark, but he could make out the shape of the front desk, the keys hanging behind it. A single dusty armchair sat facing the empty hearth. It felt still, not abandoned. He called out. His voice didn't echo. It was absorbed, as if by velvet. "Hello?" A key fell from its hook behind the desk, landing on the counter with a soft, definitive click. "Room 7-4. He picked it up, the green plastic fob cool in his hand. He told himself he was being practical. He needed to wait for a tow, to think. The room was clean, impossibly so given the state of the outside. The rose wallpaper was faded, but intact. The bed was made tight enough to bounce a coin. It was quiet, so profoundly quiet. He lay down, exhausted, and slept a sleep so deep it felt like sinking. He woke to the smell of chamomile. It was sweet, floral, comforting. A tray sat on the dresser that hadn't been there before. A teapot, a single cup. Steam curled from the spout. He sat up, rubbed his eyes. A mistake, he thought. Someone was being kind. He poured a cup. The warmth felt good in his hands. He was about to take a sip when he heard it. Not a tap, a scratch. A long, slow drag of something against the other side of the wallpaper, right by his pillow. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been the memory of a voice. "Don't drink it." Mateo froze, the cup at his lips. The voice was not in the room. It was in the wall. It was young, female, and thick with despair. "It makes you quiet," the voice breathed. "Too quiet to leave." He set the cup down, his hand trembling. The scratching continued, a desperate pleading sound. He looked at the wallpaper, at the repeating pattern of roses. In the dim light from the window, he saw a slight bulge in the pattern, a shape beneath the paper. It was the size of a human hand. He should have run, but the silence of the motel was a pressure now, a weight pushing down on his panic, compressing it into a cold, hard knot in his stomach. He found himself walking to the door, not to flee, but to look down the hall. The door to the lobby was closed. The door next to his, room 6, was open, a crack. A soft blue light flickered from within, like the light of an old television playing to an empty room. He pushed it open. The room was identical to his, but the wallpaper was peeling. Great strips of it hung from the walls, and beneath it, the plaster was not plaster. It was a dense, packed layer of dark, fibrous material, hair, and pressed into it, like insects in amber, were fragments. A jawbone here, the curve of a rib there, a strip of faded floral fabric. The room was not a room. It was a gallery, a testament. The voice from his wall was a whimper now. "She collects us. She likes us quiet. She's in the chair, always in the chair." Mateo backed out, his breath coming in short, silent gasps. He understood now. The motel was not haunted by ghosts. It was a living system, a self-sustaining organism. Giancarlo had been its caretaker, but the motel itself was the host. And the mother in the chair was its heart, a preserved idol that demanded tribute. The tea was an offering, a sacrament. To drink it was to consent, to become part of the silence. He ran this time. He burst out of room 6 and into the hall. The front door was still open, a rectangle of starry night. He sprinted for it. As he passed the front desk, he saw the keys were all gone from their hooks. All but one. Room 720. He exploded into the cool night air, stumbling towards his stranded truck. He didn't look back. He wrestled with the door, climbed in, and prayed. The engine turned over, coughed, and roared to life. He wept as he gunned it, the tires finding purchase on the softer sand at the edge of the ditch, lurching back onto the pavement. He drove until the sun rose, and he never stopped driving. He told no one. Who would believe him? He changed his route, his destination, his life. Behind him, the door of the Sea Breeze Motel swung gently in the dawn breeze. In the lobby, the tray with the teapot was gone. In room 7, the bed was neatly remade. The scratch marks on the wallpaper were smoothed over, as if they had never been. The silence was perfect, unbroken. It was a good silence, a welcoming silence. It waited, as it always had, for the next guest who needed a quiet place to rest. The story was not over. It was simply resting, gathering its strength, perfecting its hospitality. The tea would always be warm. The bed would always be made, and the desert outside would keep its secrets. One more added to the countless millions it already held. The highway department finally came, years later, to repave the stretch. They saw the derelict building, a known nuisance, and with the cold efficiency of progress, they brought in the machines. A bulldozer first, to push in the walls. It ground forward, its blade biting into the stucco. The sound was a roar, a violent violation of decades of quiet. Inside, as the sunlight flooded the dark halls for the first time in a generation, the silence broke. But not into screams. It shattered into 1,000 dry, rustling whispers, like the pages of a book being frantically turned. The dozer operator, a man named Ed, who thought little of ghosts and much of his overtime pay, felt a strange resistance as the blade met the lobby wall. Not the solid crunch of wood and plaster, but a fibrous, springy give. He revved the engine. The wall gave way, and from the cavity within, from the spaces between the studs, a storm of dried flowers and bone fragments and dust erupted. It swirled in the sudden sunlight, a gray and brown blizzard that coated the inside of the cab, that filled Ed's mouth and nose with the taste of decay and lavender. He gagged, throwing the machine into reverse. They found nothing of note, the foreman said. Just a bunch of old trash and vermin nests in the walls. They finished the job. The Sea Breeze Motel was reduced to a mound of splinters and pulverized adobe, which was then carted away. The land was graded flat. It became just another wide, empty shoulder off the highway. But the desert does not forget a pattern. The silence that had been cultivated there, that had grown so deep and so strong, had to go somewhere. It dissipated, but it did not die. It seeped into the new asphalt, a faint, cold spot in the summer heat. It lingered in the air, a tendency for radio static, and a sudden, unwarranted feeling of being watched that made drivers unconsciously press their accelerators. And sometimes, on the quietest nights when the moon is a sliver, travelers on that repaved stretch report seeing things. Not a building, just a suggestion, a shimmer of light where there is no light, outlining the shape of a low, long structure. A glimpse of a neon sign that isn't there, buzzing faintly. Most dismiss it as a trick of the eyes, fatigue. But a few, those whose hearts are already heavy with loneliness, hear more than the wind. They hear a faint, inviting hum. They feel a pull, to pull over, to rest. They see, just for an instant, a clean, well-kept room waiting for them. A cup of steaming tea on the dresser. The offer is still there. It has just moved. The story was never in the walls. It was in the quiet. And the quiet is still there, lying in wait beneath the smooth, black asphalt, offering a place to stay forever to anyone who listens too closely. The new asphalt held the heat of the day long into the night, radiating it back up in shimmering waves. It was on such a night that a woman named Anya pulled her motorcycle onto the wide, empty shoulder. The bike was old, a grumbling British twin, and it had developed a worrisome knock. She killed the engine and the silence rushed in, vast and absolute. She removed her helmet, shaking out her hair, and listened to the cooling tick of the engine. The knock was gone, absorbed by the hush. She saw nothing but scrub and stars. Yet, the feeling was unmistakable, a sense of profound relief, of shelter. She was running, though from what she couldn't quite articulate. A bad relationship, a mountain of debt, a self she no longer recognized. The road was her escape. And here, on this empty stretch, she felt a wave of peace so intense it brought tears to her eyes. This was it. A place to stop, to rest. She didn't see a motel. She felt it. The conviction that she could simply lie down right here on the warm pavement and sleep more deeply than she had in years. She spread her bedroll on the smooth blacktop, using her saddlebags as a pillow. The stars were brilliant. The air was still. She fell asleep almost instantly. She dreamed of a room. It was cozy. A kettle whistled softly on a hot plate. The wallpaper had a pattern of lilacs, not roses. A comfortable armchair sat by a window looking out onto a peaceful, moonlit garden. A woman's voice, gentle and warm, told her she was safe now. She could stay as long as she liked, forever if she wished. Anya sighed in her sleep, a sigh of perfect contentment. When she woke, the sun was high and brutal. Her mouth was parched. As she sat up, blinking, her hand brushed against something on the asphalt beside her bedroll. It was a small, delicate shard of porcelain, white, with a tiny painted violet. It was cool to the touch, despite the baking sun. She picked it up, turning it over. It felt like a gift, a token. She spent the day there, waiting for a passing motorist. None came. She wasn't worried. A strange lethargy had settled over her. The knock in her engine was gone, but so was her urgency to leave. She watched the shadows lengthen. As dusk fell, she felt the urge to make a cup of tea. She had no stove, but the desire was specific and strong. Chamomile diet, with a drop of honey. She rummaged in her bag, finding a tin of tea she didn't remember packing. When she opened it, the smell was overwhelming, sweet and floral and exactly right. She placed a pinch in her metal camp cup, poured water from her canteen over it, and waited. It didn't matter that the water was cold. As she watched, a faint wisp of steam curled from the cup. She brought it to her lips. The taste was perfection. It was comfort distilled. It was the end of all journeys. She drank it all. The silence deepened around her, not empty, but full. It held her. She felt herself becoming very, very quiet. Her thoughts slowed, then settled like dust. The sound of her own heartbeat became a distant, rhythmic tapping, in tune with a slower, vaster pulse she now felt coming up through the asphalt from the earth below. She didn't need the motel anymore. She was in her room. The highway was her lobby, the endless sky her ceiling. She lay back down, a small, peaceful smile on her lips. Her eyes closed. Her breathing became shallow, then imperceptible. By morning, there was no trace of her. The bedroll was gone. The motorcycle stood silent, a fine layer of dust already coating its tank. The only thing left was the metal camp cup, sitting upright on the asphalt, empty and clean. The story continues. It doesn't need walls. It needs only the quiet and the lonely road and the willing heart. The next traveler might see the motorcycle, think it abandoned. They might feel a pang of sympathy, a curiosity. They might pull over to investigate. And when they do, they will feel the profound, welcoming silence. They might see a glint of porcelain in the gravel, a fragment of a pattern, an invitation. The tea is always ready. The rest is forever. The motorcycle remained for a week, a monument to a choice. Then it was gone, towed by the county. The paperwork listed it as abandoned property. The file was closed, but the cup stayed. It was not removed. It became a fixture, a tiny, unremarkable altar. Over the months, it collected rainwater, then dust, then a single hardy weed that sprouted from its center. The weed died, leaving a brittle, gray stalk. A year passed. The silence on that shoulder of the road grew more adept, more focused. It learned to project. It began to broadcast. A family in a minivan, arguing about directions and a missed turnoff, fell suddenly and completely silent as they passed the spot. The fight drained from them, replaced by a heavy, drowsy calm. The father blinked, forgetting his frustration. The children stopped bickering. They drove on, the tension gone. but also a certain vitality, a spark of engagement with each other, subtly dim. They left a piece of their noise behind, an offering they never knew they gave. A long-haul trucker named Bill, fighting sleep, felt a wave of irresistible fatigue there. It was not the jagged, dangerous pull of exhaustion, but a smooth, inviting slide into rest. He pulled over. Just for a minute, he told himself. He leaned his head against the window and slept for 12 hours without dreaming. When he woke, he was refreshed, but his logbook was blank for that period. He had no memory of the stop, only a vague, pleasant feeling about that particular mile marker. He began to favor that route, planning his hauls around that quiet stretch of pavement. His life on the road grew simpler, quieter. He spoke to his dispatcher less. He stopped calling home. The silence was no longer waiting for the profoundly lonely. It was learning to create a void that others would feel compelled to fill. It was cultivating a specific kind of quiet, the quiet of surrender. One evening, a man walking along the highway, his car broken down a mile back, approached the spot. He was angry, hot, and talking to himself about his rotten luck. As he stepped onto the darkened asphalt of the wide shoulder, his internal rant ceased. The anger didn't fade. It was severed. He stood, confused, in the profound stillness. He saw the old camp cup, the dead weed. He knelt, not knowing why, and pulled the weed from the cup. The dirt at its roots was fine and dark. From his pocket he pulled a penny. He dropped it into the cup. It was an instinct, not a thought. A payment. A toll. He stood and walked on, his footsteps making no sound. He found a ride at the next gas station, but never mentioned his broken car. He'd forgotten it. The cup now contained an offering. The silence had a vessel. The process was slow, but it was no longer passive. The story was no longer practicing. It was performing. It was refining its pitch, learning to hum a tune that resonated with the quiet places in every passing soul. The desert had not reclaimed the land. It had been gifted a new, more efficient instrument. The heart of the motel was not in a chair. It was in the acceptance of the cup. And on the dark, smooth asphalt, under a sea of stars, the cup waited to be filled again. Story 6. The steady metronomic clack of the typewriter keys stopped. Not with a final period, but with a sudden, jarring silence, as if the machine itself had taken a breath and decided to hold it. In the quiet that followed, Alina could hear the old house settling, the groan of timber like a tired bone, and the distant, lonely cry of a freight train cutting through the Mississippi night. The sentence she had been writing, the official report stated that Abraham's death was an accident, a tragic misadventure by the riverbank, now seemed absurdly inadequate, the letters stark and accusatory against the white page. She pushed back from the desk, the chair scraping against the heart pine floor, a sound that echoed in the hollowed-out core of the house and of her family. It had been 12 years, 7 months, and 14 days since Abraham vanished from the annual Founders' Day picnic. They found his small body 2 days later, caught in the skeletal roots of a cypress tree, a mile down the slow brown coil of the Tallahatchie River. The town of Cypress Bend, adept at folding unpleasantness into the soft, damp earth of forgetfulness, called it a drowning. A 9-year-old boy, chasing a frog or a dream, slipping on the mud-slick bank. Case closed. The memory was packed away like good linen in a cedar chest, taken out only in whispers when the weather turned thick and heavy in the summer. But Alina, who had been 6 and holding a melting strawberry ice cream cone, when her brother walked into the green shadows of the riverside trees and never walked out, had never believed it. The disbelief was a seed planted deep inside her, growing in the dark, twisting around her ribs. Now 18, with the restlessness of a bird sensing a storm, she decided to dig it up. Her mother, Lucille, was no help. Lucille lived in a perpetual state of interrupted noise herself. She moved through the rooms of the clapboard house like a ghost rehearsing a forgotten part, her eyes focused on some middle distance where Abraham might still be playing. She spoke in fragments, sentences trailing off into sighs that smelled of lavender sachets and lost time. "Don't stir up the mud, baby," was all she would say, her voice as thin as china. "The bottom is never where you think it is." The ants, Cora and June, were sturdier, but their protection was a kind of prison. They lived next door in a house that smelled of camphor and regret, their lives governed by rigid routines and the relentless scrutiny of a small town. "People talk, Alina," Aunt Cora would say, her knitting needles clicking a warning rhythm. "And in talking, they decide things. Let the past lie. It's the only decent thing to do." But decency, Alina was starting to suspect, was just a polite word for cowardice. Her investigation began in the only place it could, the town itself. Cypress Bend was a postcard that had been left out in the rain. The grand antebellum homes on the bluff gleamed white and proud. But down in the bottom, where the river curled close, the houses slumped on their foundations, paint peeling like sunburnt skin. The air was a palpable thing, heavy with the scent of magnolia, damp earth, and something else, something sweetly rotten beneath the perfume. She started walking the route from the town square to the river, the route Abraham would have taken. She talked to people who had been there that day. Their stories were polished smooth from years of telling, each detail fixed and fossilized. Yes, he was alone. No, he didn't seem upset. Yes, the Farley boys were somewhere around. But weren't they always? The Farley name was the first stone she turned over, and the darkness beneath was immediate and squirming. They were a clan, not a family, who lived in a compound of rusted trailers and tar paper shacks deep in the pinelands off River Road. Their domain was the underbelly of Cypress Bend, meth labs in the woods, stolen goods, a casual, simmering violence. The patriarch was Farley himself, just Farley, as if the first name had been worn away by sheer brutality. He was a tall, raw-boned man with eyes the color of a shallow puddle and a smile that showed too many teeth. He was instability incarnate. You could feel the chaos radiating from him like heat from a cracked engine block. Alina's first real sight of him was at the decrepit Piggly Wiggly. He was leaning against a pickup truck the color of a bruise, staring at nothing. But as she passed, his head swiveled, slow and reptilian, and his gaze locked onto her. It wasn't a look of recognition, but of categorization, a new element in his ecosystem. He didn't say a word, but the silence that poured from him was more threatening than any curse. She felt a cold trickle of sweat trace her spine. A purely animal response. That night, a rock wrapped in a page from a fishing magazine sailed through the front window of the aunt's house. Scrawled in crude letters were the words, "Stopped digging." The warning had the opposite effect. It was proof. The mud at the bottom was indeed shifting. She began to haunt the edges of the Farley world, a shadow at the periphery. She saw the comings and goings at odd hours, the furtive exchanges in the parking lot of the shuttered drive-in. She learned that one of Farley's younger brothers, a twitchy man named Roy, who had the perpetually scorched look of a meth addict, had been questioned briefly after Abraham's death. Nothing came of it. Roy had an alibi, provided by Farley himself. They were supposedly fixing a carburetor all afternoon. Alina's breakthrough came from an unexpected source, the river itself. She spent hours by the water, not at the official manicured picnic site, but further down, where the bank was wild, and the water whispered secrets to the roots. There, half buried in the silt where the current had undercut the earth, she found it. A small, rusted Zippo lighter, its surface scabbed with corrosion. But when she rubbed it with her thumb, a pattern emerged. Not the usual crest or logo, but a clumsily engraved symbol, a crude dagger piercing a crescent moon. She had seen that symbol before, tattooed on the knuckles of Roy Farley's right hand. The lighter was cold and heavy in her palm. It was an artifact from a moment, a tiny, metallic witness. Had Abraham found it? Taken it from someone? Had it fallen during a struggle? Her mind, trained by a lifetime of imagining the worst, conjured a scene. Abraham by the river, seeing something he shouldn't. Roy Farley, jittery and paranoid. Maybe conducting some piece of business. A confrontation. A small hand closing over this piece of evidence. Then the push, the stumble, the silent, muddy swallowing. She took the lighter to Sheriff Ellis, a man whose face had settled into permanent, weary resignation. He turned it over in his hands, his expression unchanging. "This is Roy Farley, sure. Lost it years ago," he said. Hell, he probably dropped it at that very picnic. Doesn't prove a thing, Alina. Sides, Roy's been dead 2 years now. Overdose in a Baton Rouge flophouse. Case is colder than yesterday's grit. The dead end should have stopped her, but it only deepened the mystery. If Roy was guilty, why the warning from Farley now? Unless the guilt was shared, or unless the secret was bigger than one twitchy man's crime. She began to look past Abraham, to the town's other quiet absences. A teenage girl who had run away a decade back. Never a word. An old drunk who had supposedly fallen off a fishing boat. Cypress Bend had a taste for swallowing people, and its digestion was slow and silent. Her obsession became her atmosphere. She stopped sleeping, living on coffee and a sharp, crystalline fear. The faces of the townspeople, once familiar, now seemed like masks. Their pleasantries were coded, their glances laden with unspoken knowledge. She was no longer just Alina Weaver, the dead boy's sister. She was a disturbance, a ripple moving across the stagnant pond. Even her aunt's concern curdled into something harder. "You look like death warmed over," Aunt June said, not unkindly, but with a finality that suggested she should let it lie. Lucille merely stared at her from the kitchen doorway, a silent, broken sentinel. The climax was not a shootout or a dramatic confession. It was a conversation in the dark, driven by a desperation that overrode fear. Alina went to the Farley compound one moonless night. The place was a chaos of shadows and junk, the air acrid with chemicals and burnt garbage. Farley was alone on the porch of the main trailer, drinking from a mason jar. He didn't seem surprised to see her. In the yellow glow of a bare bulb, he looked both ancient and utterly dangerous. "I know about Roy," she said, her voice surprisingly steady in the humming night. "I know about the lighter." Farley took a long swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing. He didn't speak for a full minute, the only sounds the chorus of crickets and the distant, mournful call of a whippoorwill. "Roy was weak," he finally said, his voice a dry rasp. "Nerves like a startled rabbit. Your brother, he was down there. Saw Roy with a product shipment wasn't his to see." Roy panicked. It was quick. Probably didn't feel a thing. The admission, so flat, so devoid of anything resembling remorse, was more horrifying than any denial. The world seemed to tilt. The official story, the accident, the tragic misadventure, all of it was a clean white sheet thrown over a festering, mundane evil. Abraham had died because he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, because a weak, scared man had a secret. "Why?" was all Alina could manage, the words scraping her throat raw. Farley's puddle eyes fixed on her. "Why? Girl, you live in this town. You think it runs on sunshine and manners? It runs on secrets. On things everyone knows and nobody says. Your brother stumbled into the machinery. It chewed him up. That's all." He leaned forward, the chair creaking. "Roy paid for it, in his own way. He lived scared every day after, and he died like a dog. Now you know." What you gonna do with it? Tell your sheriff. He knows. Half the town knows. Or suspect. You think they want that sheet pulled back? You'd just be stirring up the mud for nothing. You'd break your mama's heart all over again. You'd make yourself a target. For what? A truth that don't change a damn thing. Maiden. He was right. She felt the terrible weight of his truth. Justice was a fairy tale told in courthouses. Here, by the river, there was only cause and effect. Secrets and silence. Bringing this to light wouldn't resurrect Abraham. It would only spread the poison, soaking her mother, her aunts, herself. It would give the town a new, more salacious story to tell. And Abraham would become not a lost little boy, but a footnote in a sordid crime. Farley watched her understanding dawn, a faint, cruel smile on his lips. He had given her the truth not to unburden himself, but to burden her, to show her the cage she was now in. She turned and walked away from the trailer from his gaze. She didn't run. She walked slowly, each step heavy, through the maze of junk and out to the dirt road. The night air felt different now, not just heavy, but suffocating, thick with complicity. The next morning, Alina packed a single bag. She placed the rusted Zippo lighter on her now silent typewriter, a final, unanswered punctuation mark. She kissed her sleeping mother on her pale forehead, the scent of lavender and loss clinging to her skin. She did not say goodbye to the aunts. She walked to the edge of town, to the old highway that led north, away from the river. The sun was a pale coin in a white sky. She did not look back at the clapboard houses, the proud homes on the bluff, the winding, muddy path to the river. She carried the truth with her, a cold, hard stone in her gut. It was not a weapon, not a key. It was just a weight, a knowledge of how the world really worked in places like Cypress Bend, where innocence was not stolen in dramatic heists, but quietly, carelessly erased by the weak and the wicked, and then buried by the collective will of everyone who preferred a pretty lie to an ugly fact. She hitched a ride with a trucker hauling timber. As the flat, green landscape began to blur past, the rhythmic thrum of the tires on asphalt became a new, steady sound, a noise to fill the silence left behind. She was leaving the case, the questions, the whole haunted, humid geography of her grief. But she knew, with a certainty that was both terrible and calm, that she was not escaping the mystery. She was carrying it with her. It was in the set of her jaw, the new wariness in her eyes, the permanent chill in her bones that no sun could ever warm. The story of Abraham was over, but the echo of it, the shape of the silence he left behind, would walk with her down every road for the rest of her life. The truck driver was a large man with a kind, tired face who asked no questions. He offered her a stick of gum and let the radio fill the cab with static-laced country songs about lost love and lonely roads. Alina chewed the gum until the flavor was gone, staring out at the endless parade of pine trees. Each mile marker was a tiny victory, a further unspooling of the thread that tied her to Cypress Bend. But with every rotation of the wheels, Farley's words echoed in the hollows of her mind. He knows. Half the town knows, or suspects. It wasn't just Farley's guilt. It was the town's. A conspiracy of silence, not born of malice, but of a sick, shared comfort. The truth was a boulder too heavy to lift, so they had all agreed to pretend it was just part of the landscape. She had thought herself brave for seeking it. Now she felt like a fool for finding it. The weight of the knowledge was paralyzing. What was the moral thing to do with a truth that would only cause more pain? Was there nobility in exposing a wound that had scarred over, even if the scar was a lie? She had no answers. The questions themselves were the cage. The trucker let her off at a bus station in Jackson, a grim gray building smelling of bleach and despair. She bought a ticket for the next departure, which was heading to Memphis. It didn't matter. Direction was the only necessity. As she sat on a hard plastic seat, Waiting, she watched people. A mother scolding a child, a soldier sleeping with his mouth open, an old man meticulously folding a newspaper. Their lives seemed so simple, so contained. Their mysteries were probably small, manageable things. She envied them with an ache that was physical. On the bus, lulled by the diesel drone, she slept fitfully. She dreamed of the river, but it was clear and blue, and Abraham was on the far bank, waving. She tried to call out, but her voice made no sound. She tried to wade in, but the water was thick as syrup, holding her back. She woke with a start as the bus brakes hissed at a stop, her heart hammering. The chill was deep inside her, just as she knew it would be. Memphis was noise and glare. She got a job as a waitress in a diner off the highway, the kind of place where the coffee was strong and the faces changed, but never really did. She rented a room in a boarding house with floral wallpaper that smelled of old cigarettes and mildew. It was a life of stark, simple rhythms. Work, sleep, walk, stare at the ceiling. She did not make friends. She spoke in monosyllables. The lighter was in her pocket every day, a talisman of failure. Sometimes she would take it out and look at the crude dagger and moon, feeling the corrosion against her thumb. It was a proof of nothing to anyone but her. Weeks bled into months. The sharp edge of her grief for Abraham, honed by years of searching, began to blunt, but it was replaced by a duller, wider sorrow for the world itself. She saw Farleys everywhere, not the man, but the type. The casually cruel, the selfishly weak, the people for whom others were merely obstacles or scenery. She saw the cypress bends, too, the neat, quiet agreements to look away. It made the world feel flimsy, a painted set held up by collective unwillingness to see the cracks. One rainy afternoon, she was clearing a booth at the diner. A family had left behind a child drawing on a napkin. A stick figure house, a smiling sun, a lopsided dog. She picked it up to throw it away, but she paused. The simplicity of it, the unself-conscious joy in its creation, was a small, bright light in the gray room. She thought of Abraham, not at the river, but earlier, drawing pictures at the kitchen table. He'd loved to draw birds, though they always looked like angry commas. She had forgotten that. She did not smooth the napkin out or keep it. She threw it away. But the memory, that tiny, untainted memory, remained. It was hers. Not the town's, not Farley's, not the stories. Hers. That night, in her quiet room, she did not take out the lighter. Instead, she bought a cheap notebook and a pen. She sat at the small, wobbly desk, and for the first time since leaving home, she began to write. Not the facts, not the investigation. She began to write about the boy, the way he could whistle through a blade of grass, his obsession with collecting bottle caps, the time he tried to save a fallen baby bird by feeding it bits of his biscuit. She wrote the truth of him, the living truth, not the truth of his ending. The words came slowly at first, then in a trickle, then a steady flow. She wrote until her hand cramped. She did not write for an audience, or for justice, or to fix anything. She wrote to reclaim him from the mud, and the silence, and the ugly, careless machinery that had taken him. One afternoon, a man in a suit, a regular who always ordered black coffee and the meatloaf special, left a business card tucked under his plate. He was a publisher scout, he'd said earlier, always looking for real stories. On the back of the card, he'd scribbled, "If you ever write it down, I'd like to read it." Alina stared at the card for a long time. The idea of sharing the notebook, of turning her private reckoning into a public thing, sent a jolt of pure terror through her. Farley's warning echoed, "You'd just be stirring up the mud for nothing." But another voice, newer and quieter, spoke from the pages she had filled. It was her own voice. The story did not belong to Cypress Bend anymore. It belonged to her. And perhaps, in the telling, it could belong to others. Others who had lost someone to the quiet, careless voids in small towns, to the secrets everyone keeps. She did not call the man immediately. Instead, she began to rewrite the notebooks, shaping the raw memories and observations into a narrative. It was brutal work. She had to relive it all. But this time from a distance, with the cold eye of a craftsman. She wrote about finding the lighter. She wrote the exact words Farley had said to her on that dark porch. She wrote her own complicity in leaving, her own silence. She made no excuses for herself. The story became not just about Abraham or the Farleys, but about the cost of truth and the heavier cost of lies. When she finally mailed the manuscript, it was not with hope, but with a sense of finality. She had cast her line into the deep, dark water. Whatever came back, if anything, she would deal with. What came back, months later, was an offer. And then, after more work with an editor who was both gentle and ruthlessly insightful, a book. It was published under a pseudonym, a name she crafted from her mother's maiden name and Abraham's middle name. Anna Holt. The title was simple. The Lighter. She did not go on tour. She gave no interviews. The publisher handled it as a true crime memoir from an anonymous source, which only stoked interest. Reviews called it haunting, unflinching, a devastating portrait of a town's soul. In Cypress Bend, she later learned, it caused a quiet earthquake. Sheriff Ellis took early retirement. The Farley compound was raided by state police on unrelated charges a month after publication, and Farley himself was sent away on a long sentence for a litany of old crimes. The town, for a while, was a circus of outside reporters and inward shame. Her mother, her aunts, never contacted her. She didn't know if they had read it. She hoped they hadn't. Alina used the money from the book to move again, this time, to a small coastal town in Oregon, where the air was sharp with salt and pine, and the water was a vast cold blue that held no memories for her. She worked in a library, savoring the quiet and the orderly rows of books, each containing a world that had a beginning, a middle, and end. One day, shelving in the travel section, she found a guide to the American South. On a whim, she looked up Louisiana. There was a passing mention of Cypress Bend, noting its historic riverfront and annual pecan festival. The entry said nothing of disappearances, or meth labs, or lost boys. The world had moved on, absorbing her truth and sanding it down into just another story. She closed the book and slid it into its place on the shelf. That evening, she walked to the rocky shore and watched the Pacific crash against the land, relentless and endless. The chill was still in her bones, a permanent resident. But the weight, the terrible weight, was gone. She had transformed it. She had given it a shape and sent it out into the world. It was no longer hers alone to carry. Abraham was still gone. The mystery, in its way, was solved. Yet it was not solved at all. But she had learned this. Some silences are prisons, and the only way out is to speak, even if your voice shakes the world you have to live in, even if the only thing it changes is the weather inside your own soul. She turned from the water and walked back to her quiet, rented house, where a blank notebook lay open on the table, waiting. The next story would not be about the past. She had exorcised that ghost, or at least given it a form she could live with. The new notebook was for the present, for the smell of salt and the cry of gulls, for the lives of the quiet people who came into the library with their own unspoken burdens. She would write about them, not to expose, but to witness, to practice the fragile art of seeing clearly without the need to judge or solve. Weeks later, a letter arrived. It was forwarded from her publisher, a plain envelope with a Louisiana postmark. Her blood went still for a moment. That old familiar chill spiking. She set it on the kitchen table and left it there for a full day, watching it as one might watch a dormant spider. Finally, with deliberate hands, she opened it. The handwriting was spidery, unfamiliar. It was from a woman named Caroline Habe, who identified herself as Roy's younger sister. She wrote that she had read the book. She said she had always wondered what had hollowed her brother out, turned him from a nervous but kind boy into a twitchy, fearful man who died alone in a trailer. She thanked Alina, not for the truth, which was ugly, but for the context. Now I can mourn the boy he was, she wrote, and not just hate the man he became. I am sorry for your loss. It seems our families were broken by the same piece of machinery. Alina read the letter 3 times. Then she folded it carefully and placed it in the back of the new notebook. It was not forgiveness, and it was not absolution. It was a connection, a thread spun across a continent, thin but strong. It was a testament that the truth, even ugly, even late, could alter the shape of a stranger's grief. It could offer a kind of company in the loneliness of knowing. That night, she wrote her first entry in the new notebook. It was not about Cypress Bend or Roy or even Caroline Hebert. It was about the librarian, Mr. Finn, who had a habit of polishing his glasses exactly 11 times before he began his shift, and who always saved the new mystery novels for Mrs. Abernathy, who was going blind, but refused to get large print editions. She wrote about the rhythm of his habit, the tenderness of his small conspiracy. It was a small thing, a good thing, a piece of the world that was not broken. She wrote until the light faded, and then she made a cup of tea and sat in the darkening room. The Pacific wind rattled the window pane. She thought of the river, now far away, always flowing, carrying its secrets to the sea. She thought of Abraham's bottle cap collection lost to time. She thought of her mother's lavender, and the whippoorwill's call, and the weight of a rusted lighter in a young girl's hand. The mystery had not been a puzzle to be solved. It had been a wound to be lived with, and eventually, through a terrible alchemy of courage and despair, to be translated. She had done that. The story was out in the world, doing its own quiet work. And here in this new place, with the sound of a different, vaster water in the distance, she was finally beginning the work of living not in the shadow of the mystery, but in the light of what came after. The echo would always be there, but now she was learning to sing alongside it. The singing was a quiet thing, a hum in the back of her throat as she shelved biographies the next morning. Mr. Finn looked up, surprised, and offered a small, crooked smile. She did not stop. It felt like a kind of defiance, or perhaps a peace treaty with herself. The seasons turned in Oregon with a gradual, misty grace. Alina's new notebook filled with portraits of her small world. She wrote about the retired fisherman who came to the library to read nautical charts, tracing routes he would never sail again. She wrote about the teenage girl who spent hours in the poetry section, her face a storm of feeling. Alina wrote without the pressure of revelation. She wrote to practice seeing the humanity in the ordinary. It was a muscle she was rebuilding. She kept the letter from Caroline Hebert in a small wooden box, along with Abraham's lighter. She did not take them out often, but she knew they were there. They were no longer anchors, but rather stones in her foundation, proof that she had endured something real. One afternoon, a package arrived from her publisher. It was a foreign edition of the lighter, translated into French. The cover was different, a stark image of a single bare tree against a gray sky. She ran her fingers over the title, feeling the slight rays of the ink. It was strange to hold the story in this new form. The words she had bled over now rendered into a language she didn't know. It was further away from her, and yet it was reaching further too. That evening, she walked to the shore. A storm was gathering out at sea, bruise-colored clouds massing on the horizon. The wind had a new edge. She stood facing it, letting it whip her hair and coat around her. The chill within her seemed to meet the chill from the ocean, and for the first time, they felt like the same temperature. Not a hostile cold, but a clear, clean one. She thought of the French book, traveling across oceans to sit on a shelf in a Parisian apartment or a Montreal cafe. Someone would read it and feel a ripple of recognition, a shiver of their own. They would never know her. They would never know Abraham. But for a few hours, they would keep his story alive in their mind. That was the alchemy. That was the point. The truth, once spoken, became a kind of currency, passed from hand to hand, spent in the economy of human understanding. The first drops of rain began to fall, cold and sharp. She turned and walked back toward the warm yellow light of her house. The mystery was not a room she was trapped in anymore. It was a door she had walked through, and on the other side, she had found a life that was still hers to live. The rain fell harder, washing the salt from the air, and she picked up her pace, ready for the warmth inside, ready for the quiet, ready for the next blank page. The rain settled into a steady rhythm against the roof, a sound so different from the torrential downpours of Louisiana. Here it was, persistent, patient. Alina made tea and sat at her table, the French edition beside her. She opened it to a random page, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar words. She could not understand them, but the rhythm of the sentences, the paragraph breaks, were hers. It was a peculiar feeling, like hearing your own heartbeat played on a strange instrument. The storm lasted 3 days. On the 4th, a clear, washed morning, she returned to the library. Mrs. Abernathy was waiting at the door, her cane tapping impatiently. "I was worried the new Tana French had gotten lost in the weather," she said, her clouded eyes searching Alina's face. "It's safe and sound on the hold shelf," Alina said, unlocking the door. "I put it there yesterday." "Good, good." Mrs. Abernathy followed her in, the familiar scent of lavender water and mothballs trailing behind her. "You're a reliable girl, not like the last one. Flighty." Alina simply smiled, fetching the book. As she handed it over, Mrs. Abernathy's hand, papery and cool, closed over hers for a moment. "You have a stillness about you," the old woman said. "It's a gift. Most people are all noise, covering up what's underneath." The observation was so acute it stole Alina's breath. She merely nodded, unable to speak. Mrs. Abernathy took her book and shuffled away to her favorite chair by the window. The interaction lingered with Alina all day. She had spent so long cultivating her invisibility, her silence, as a shield. Now, it was being seen as a kind of depth. The world was reflecting her back to herself in new ways. That weekend, on her walk, she took a different path. Up a winding trail that led to a bluff overlooking the ocean. The view was vast, humbling. She sat on a damp bench, watching the endless roll of the waves. From her pocket, she drew not the lighter, but a smooth gray stone she had picked up on the beach. It fit perfectly in her palm, cool and solid. She thought of Carol Ann Hebert's letter again. She had not written back. What could she say? But now, sitting in the clear northern light, she felt a pull, not to revisit the past, but to acknowledge the thread. When she got home, she wrote a brief note. Just 3 lines. "Thank you for your letter. It meant a great deal. I am glad our stories could meet, even in the aftermath." She signed it Anna Holt and posted it the next day without a return address. It was an act of closure and also of continuation. The story was still weaving itself, connecting lives in unseen patterns. Winter came, and with it, a profound quiet. The library was a haven of warmth. Mr. Finn brought in a space heater for her corner, and they shared a silent companionship, broken only by the soft rustle of pages and the occasional comment on the weather. One day, he slid a book across the desk to her. It was a collection of essays by a naturalist. "Thought you might like this," he said. "The writer has your eye, sees the details." She read it that night, curled under a blanket. The writer did have her eye. He saw the history in a fallen log, the tragedy in a dried-up creek bed, but his tone was different. It held a weary acceptance, a faith in the cycles of things. She finished the book feeling a strange sense of mentorship from a stranger. Spring returned, tentative and green. On the anniversary of her arrival in Oregon, she went to the bluff again. The stone was still in her pocket, a familiar weight. She considered throwing it into the sea, a symbolic release. But she didn't. Its solidity was a comfort. She kept it. That afternoon, back at her desk, she opened her current notebook. She had been writing about the slow return of the garden behind the library, the brave crocuses pushing through the mulch. Today, she wrote about the stone. She described its color, its weight, the way it had grown warm in her pocket. She did not write about what it symbolized. She simply described it, honoring its simple, factual existence in her life. As she wrote, she realized something. The mystery of Abraham had been a black hole, sucking all light and narrative toward it. But by writing it out, by giving it a shape, she had transformed its gravity. Now, she was free to orbit other things, to be pulled by the gentle gravity of a stone, of a patron's habit, of the spring light on the worn library floorboards. She closed the notebook. The house was quiet. The only sound was the distant, rhythmic sigh of the ocean, a sound that was no longer a reminder of other waters, but simply itself, a constant, breathing presence. She was not waiting for anything anymore. She was just here, in the quiet, with her memories, her notebooks, and the vast, unfolding mystery of a life after the story. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation, and to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.